hear it now. Okay, I think you hear my audio now. Let's see if you can hear the game audio here in just a moment here. No, you're not getting the game audio. Oh, Bob is cool. I hope you're hearing me now. Yes, yes, great. Thank you, everyone. I did not pay attention closely enough. I'm still somewhat waking up and didn't notice that the bars for the audio weren't moving when I started and didn't look back over the other screen. Now I need to continue to play with the settings here to get the game audio. Properly done. Okay, I think this may do it. Let's see if we can get the game audio in as well. Yes, there we go. Now you should be hearing me, hopefully. Oh, good. Thanks, Bob is cool. Thanks, Chi-Jonik. Or is that Chi-John A-OK? I don't know. Sorry, I don't know. We know this. And hello, Pez Con Sombrero. How you doing? Okay, how I'm doing is, I guess, not so well that you weren't hearing me as I was getting prepared. I mean, I haven't started making any episode yet, but then, or you mean, when did I start playing the Hoi 3? Years ago. Before I started this channel. How long has that been? 6 years, 7 years, I don't know. A long time. Okay, well, now we have this guy here. We'll let him get organized up some. Sorry about that, everyone. Okay, we have a division here. This is a semi-motorized type division. So we're going to send you somewhere east. So let's drop you here. What I need to do is find a bunch of these. These are reserved. Guard. Well, maybe can we find more cool ones? Oh, here we don't want armored. That's not armored. We will have some armor. 30 fish, no, on there. Anyways, I was looking for HQs because they give you a lot here. So Old Hickory, okay. All right. Let's start sending you over here, the first armored division. Thinking about when did I start? It was before Their Finest Hour came out, but after For the Motherland came out. So that's somewhere in there. Okay, we got a lot of motor torpedo boats. They've been very useful out in the Pacific. So we're gonna drop here, and let's do another group here. The sequel to David Weber's Out of the Dark is called Into the Light. Well, good, Arno. I've not read his vampire series. I really like a lot of David Weber's work. I've read everything I could get. There is a new young adults that I'm probably going to get at some point, set in the Honorverse, way back in the early days. I've read some of the earlier stuff, and it's written by another woman. I'm forgetting exactly what her name is, but read all of that, and then the where they go to another, the humanity goes to another planet, with the Nemo Albin series. I've read that. I sort of gave up on vampire stuff at some point because it's just sort of too much. I sort of thought, but not that I don't want to read his. I just haven't done it. Can you play MWM next stream? Bob is cool. I don't know what that is. What is MWM? Please clue me in, and I might be able to figure that one out. The military side of Out of the Dark is really good, but the vampires are... Yeah, well, see, I think it's called The Librarian or whatever. It was a really good sort of vampire book that I read years ago. And, the sort of True Blood series. I sort of watched the first series or two or whatever of it, but eventually I just got overdone on vampires, and I just don't know. Modern World mod. Oh, okay. For Hoi 4, I presume you mean. Okay, well, here's the thing. Not that it's... in theory, I could. I don't know. Quite honestly, I just have not gotten anything else prepared to play for you guys. Because starting a new series like that, I gotta get things set up and played and figure out what I'm doing before just playing it here. Where here, I'm not doing as much prep work as I even should. So I don't know if by next week I'll be organized up enough to do it. I know you could say, well, yeah, get organized. Yes, you're right, but I don't know if I will. I will keep it in mind. Modern World mod. Okay. I don't know. I'm not against the idea. It's not the mod or the idea of the mod. It's more starting something else right now. Is it worth it for me just to play it one time? One live stream, or is it something that needs to be a series of live streams? And I don't want to give up on this as just yet as a sort of main series for the channel. So and I don't know if right now I really have it in me to do. Oh, we can also move the HQ this way. So I'm not sure about next week. That's sort of what I'm not sure. They're bringing back generals back into Hoi, or bringing divisional generals back into Hoi 4 now. That is a good thing. And I do look forward to playing some of that and looking in. I don't know that I like their sort of, and I don't know how moddable it is. There's sort of all generals are sort of generic or something that have a generic portrait and a historical name, and then they, I guess, earn medals by their experience. So I'm not sure. I need to look into that a little bit more. modern day military versus alien books you can recommend. As in current time, not really. Um, Stuff set a bit into the future, yes. Now, some of the series I've recently been reading, as in the last few years, I've sort of purposefully avoided stuff that was too much alien focused, though aliens do sort of come into some of the series. I like Jack Campbell's series, the Lost Fleet series. Aliens do come in, but only in the later books, and it's set into the future, considerably in the future. I really look forward to his stuff. I don't know. Not really stuff though. The current year, more like in future. Okay, let's take a quick look at our naval map mode again. Okay, we're syncing whatever is here. Somebody is. We don't have any supply routes coming to there, though we do to here what is. So, are we supplying? I don't know. Our forces through to here, across here. I don't know. Not quite sure. Okay. I think I'm ready to start making an episode here. Now that we got the sound working right, thank you everyone for putting up with that. Oh, I want to alt tab out here just a second. Shift this up over here so I can see. And back here. Good. And yeah, just because I've alt tabbed in and out a few times, what I'm going to do here is save again, and I'm going to restart Hoi 3 here. So this has been very, very stable, all things considered, but I don't want to push it with a lot of alt tabbing in and out, and I'm also running recording software, streaming software, audio software, and other stuff that add to the stress. So I know you're seeing black now, but pretty colors are coming back soon, very soon. We watched yesterday's movie night was The Outlaw Josie Wales. That was very good. I think at most we had, what was it, 5 people watching? I mean, it's not meant to be a big thing. It's, you know, guys sort of hanging out. Next week, though, we got a request from 2 people to watch The Godfather. Now, it's been a long, long time since I've seen The Godfather. The other people hadn't. So we're going to be watching The Godfather this coming week. And that's on Fridays, starting at about 1 p.m. Pacific time. I think that's 9 p.m. Central European time or something. Not absolutely sure on that one. There we go. Time for an episode. Welcome, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745, and we got some exciting battles going on now. One right out here in the Pacific off Honolulu. The other one is in the Atlantic, excuse me, we'll take a quick look at that. We have Admiral King out here with the battleships Idaho, Mississippi, Iowa, Maryland, the CVL, the light fleet, light fast carrier, USS Independence, the Houston, the Vincennes, the Wichita heavy cruisers, the Phoenix, Nashville, Cincinnati, and Milwaukee light cruisers. Battleships are supposed to be named after states, and cruisers are after cities. Destroyers are after people. I won't name all of the destroyers here, but since spotting this, I have all the aircraft. We have some of these groups are now going to be doing naval striking out there. I'm sending out the subs to sort of go into the zone. These guys are staying in port. These guys are also staying in port, but if you notice these all, because these are carriers, yeah, I know there's some destroyers and light cruisers here. The aircraft are going to be doing naval striking into that sea zone, so that we don't put our carriers at all in danger. We're sending out the motor torpedo boats, and we're sending out Admiral Halsey with his battleship group. He does not have his organic carrier air group, but it is here. It's meant to get on board here, but it's going to be doing naval striking here. So we have that going, and before we start the clock running again, we also have up here, we are pounding some German submarines, 3 of them right off of Scapa Flow. They were trying to do, what is it, Gunnar Perin and go into Scapa Flow? Probably not really. They're just probably passing by and getting depth charged. So we're going to continue with here with our exciting naval battles. They got the Kaga, the Zoho, the Hoshu carriers, and a bunch of other stuff. So up here, pick this up a little bit here. There we go. Oh. Okay, well, we've won this, taking out the liner, whatever. Looks like a float plane group, which should not have been sent, but you know, the AI, the Honshu light carrier, and a bunch of destroyers. For apparently no loss of ours. Okay, they're being bombed by the enemy. Okay, so it looks like they're going up to here, so we're going to pursue just in case there are more units to be sunk. Okay, and we won here, and I don't know that, I don't think our ships directly sunk any of the subs. Don't know if there are much subs left here. A little bit, it looks like, yeah. But we're pounding on those. Okay, let's... Alright, well, we're not doing great on... I don't know. Service by requirement, limit restrictions on civil laws, total economic mobilization, emergency conscription. Do I want to go total economic? Okay, we're on full mobilization, which is plus 10% total, which is what we want to do. It's the war exhaustion. I don't, quite honestly, I don't know what that does to us, because they're throwing in a lot of these, because we used to not have war exhaustion. You know, the Black Ice team is trying to make Hoi 3 as much like Hoi 4 as they can. So, I don't know. I mean, it would get half again more ICs, but I just don't want to go for the war exhaustion, because I don't know what the damaging effects are going to be. So I'm going to go no. Okay, I'm going to go no. So, but we could use some more ICs for sure. Okay, Building one. Let's build here. In Connecticut. We can... Okay, Pittsburgh can get a bit better. That will fill up. And he sees coming. We catch any of these Japanese out at sea up here? Oh, yes, it looks like it. Okay, the Kaga. Now what we're going to do is stop all of these guys' airstrikes, as I keep doing it if they could. And what we're going to do is move the Yorktown group up here as well. Any World War III books, like a book called World War? Sort of the closest I've got with some of those, and it's been a long time, were some of the Tom Clancy books that I read that were pretty good. Not that they were necessarily World War III, but sort of dealing with that type of stuff. Tom Clancy was a very good writer. Okay, we lost a destroyer, but they took out more. Well, if they're there, okay, it looks like they're going this way, so we're going to move that way. Let's rebase you to carrier and you to carrier. Okay, now that gets, these guys now have a carrier air group, so let's with them. I think you're what? Oh, I forget there is one. I think I read it a long time ago. Okay, pause. Okay, we would give them money each day for fuel. No, we're good enough on fuel. Okay, we're using our carriers against them. Unsupport. I mean, they got a lot of air groups, but unsupported by anything else. Partially because these guys were so messed up, I decided to not continue to pursue them with that. They could house one more carrier air group, so let's send you, rebase you to carrier. That way they'll be full. Oh boy. We lost none, but we took out the Kaga CV, the Zuiho, the CVL, so they lost 2 carriers, 4 light cruisers, a destroyer, a torpedo boat, and 2 liners in that battle. I mean, it's all a sort of series of battles. Okay, you continue to pursue, in case there's anything left in this group. And you continue to pursue into there as well, in case you catch up. Okay, the Sailing Sisters, we have lost the effect. Okay. Yep. Taking them down. Another battle raging. Still looks like a couple of ships here left. Oh, well. The battleship He's in heavy cruiser Chokai, destroyer, torpedo boat. Oh, and the Sagami, another battleship. Okay, so they took plausible too, and now they're going down here. So let's move this way. Another battle, it looks like, against... Well, another battleship went down. I don't know that they have anything left here. Okay, yes, you can move there. Okay. Infantry unit combined arms has advanced. Very good. Back down. Get off there. Military police. I think we also want to cancel that. Yeah. Oh, we stole some British blueprints. Good, 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 good. Okay, we have from anti-personnel defense, which gives us benefits to our armor. So I think we had been researching that, which is fine, but you'd prefer to get something that you hadn't researched yet at all. Uh-huh. All right, well. Improve our armored car designs. So now I want to take a look out here. Okay, we've got these guys. Get on board the ship. And you're going to invade. You can't. Damn, that's too far. Get off the ships. Where's my invasion? I should have an invasion force. Oh, I was asked. You know, I really love that people are getting back into this game at times, and again, just to reinforce with Black Ice, you can't. You, the human player, the AI can, because the AI can't differentiate between them, but the human player cannot invade. Do naval landings with. Oh, nobody down here. Okay, with passenger liners. I sort of disagree with that, but okay. But you can invade with these auxiliary ships, or the two types of naval landing ships. So you can use these. Now these have shorter ranges, so the smaller auxiliary. And they're not as good an invasion force, but we will move them out that way. Okay, let's see about putting okay, let's not you. Let's see if you can invade up to here. Yes. See if one is enough. I know it's sort of a battered one, but I'm sort of hoping Jeddah has no real defenses. Okay, Australia. Submarine. Okay, cool. All right, time on target. Very good. Very important. Technology. Okay. Yeah, let's, we can do a few of these. Yeah, salt concentration, that would be good. Back to the Pacific. Okay, well, we've done this pretty well, taking out a significant Japanese navy. Hello, Corvine 9, I guess. Well, good to have you here from Germany. How are you doing? Yes, I get that you are German. Okay, well, we have those landing craft. I thought it sent some other landing. Well, maybe it was just them. They'll have greater range. Oh, you love Hearts of Iron 4? Yeah. Very good game. I play it a bunch. I play it a lot. I like Hearts of Iron very much so. Okay, now, what about bombing Germany again? Yes, yes, we're gonna bomb Germany. Okay, got a lot of defenses up here. Oh, and 3, well, good, yeah. Yeah, I like both. Obviously, I'm playing 3 right now. Yeah, we could bomb up here, I guess. Strategic bombing, night only. And we're gonna do it somewhat passive. So they really get chewed up too bad. They should take off at night. Next day here, and I understand you're not so good at English. That's fine. I hope you can understand me reasonably well. I think I'm getting your meaning. Let's see, we going after some submarines out here. Okay, assault weapons advance. Very good. And these are engineers. Yeah, let's move this down to researching. Yeah, rolling artillery. There we go. We need to move this up to more instead of attacking. Okay, let's try this as aggressive. Okay, so we're going after their metal and their industry here. Now that we've sort of dealt that up below, well, let's bomb the Netherlands here a little bit. We can bomb Cologne again. Bonn. Okay, well, we took out another U-boat here. Right off here. Their fighters are coming after me now. And took out another U-boat. Oh boy, we must have had a lot of... Okay, the armored division got reduced. Okay, well... Yep, you're repairing... You get to... Okay, let's deploy the armored division. You are 12. Cool. Good to have the young people here. Okay, good. Okay, well that's getting us some of what we need. Got 2 landing craft there. Let's get 2 more. Let's get another escort. I'm thinking we still need more carrier air groups, so let's do 2 more. Flying boats and naval bombers to deal with all the submarines. Okay, that will definitely help. Division coming here. Do some more industry. Places where we don't have any currently being built. I'm trying to concentrate it somewhat. So let's, okay. Well, Oklahoma City could use another heavy industry, I guess. We'll get the Higgins plant going a little better down in New Orleans. How is our invasion here doing? Not yet started. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We lost 2 destroyers here. Okay. Just 2 submarines. Okay, their submarines are being very effective. Oh, what Arno said. Okay. Stupid question, perhaps, but is there any way the B-17 and B-24, why make them both? They're both. What's the difference? 4-engine heavy bombers. All right. Well, that's an interesting question. I will preface this: I am not an aircraft expert. my love is always tanks, as Arno knows. But I do know a little bit about it. Um, Aircraft got, well, strategic bombing, shall we say. Um, I saw recently, within the last few months, a really nice documentary on YouTube about the Norton bomb site and a competitor bomb site, which, according to this, is probably a little better. But Norton himself was a better salesman, so he sold the U.S. government, because a lot of it was pre-war and very much secret, meaning it wasn't in the public's consciousness. Not that they were working on a bomb site was so much secret, but any details about the bomb site, and definitely from the films that I've watched set during World War II, and this was very much promoted by Norton, was the very heavy security around the Norton bomb site. Britain eventually does get a good look at it and finds out, goes, it's all right, but not so much greater than what we're already doing. Germany does get their hands on some that are working from crashed airplanes. They talk so much about, they're supposed to destroy the bomb site if the airplane's going down and all of that. Things happen. And they get a few working, and the Germans are sort of like, yeah, this works. But it's no wonder weapon. And I forget the other company that was making another thing, that ended up making another element that goes into, I think if I remember correctly, something that works to do sort of the autopilot controls. There's sort of two ways to do a bomb site, and I'll get to what Arno was asking here. Two ways to do the bomb site is, one is the guy's looking through the bomb site and figuring everything out to drop the bombs, and it's telling the pilot, giving an indicator of where to go for the pilot, and then the pilot tries to match it. Does his best to match it. The other way is that it locks in the whole system so that the bomb site is actively flying the airplane. And that was sort of the concept. With the Norton, ultimately the design was that the bomber becomes the pilot, if you will. And this is sort of why the flak guns can be somewhat effective, because once you're getting sort of near the target, you're locking in. You're no longer doing any maneuvering to try to avoid, speeding up, slowing down. So you're flying a very, very steady course, and much easier to shoot you down. Now, the Norton bomb site is tested out here. This is a very dry area that, there's monsoons in Arizona. They have them every year. It's this monsoon, but it's a brief season. It's very good, clear skies. And so compared to Europe, there's a lot more clouds. And even when you don't quite get clouds, but the air is not quite as clear, because the clouds are just, shall we say, a gradient on the spectrum, and gets enough that we see them as a cloud, up in the sky. But that doesn't mean that the sky between you and everything else is always equally clear. It's not crystal clear. I have not been into space, but I've been informed that if you look at stuff in space while you're out in space, it's so much more crystal clear because there's no air diffusing the light as it is. So, the conditions in Europe don't quite match where they were tested out here in the desert. And two, their testing height originally, compared to what their actual bombing height was, the height went up. Okay. this is getting to Arno's question of the B-17 and B-24s. Now, I think the B-17 is earlier. Again, so this is, I get the concepts down, and I'm trying to remember all the details of the two, because I'm picturing the two craft in my head. I think the B-24 is meant to be a higher level bomber. The B-17 is it's an earlier bomber, if I'm not mistaken. It is really a rugged bomber. It is designed to take punishment. Where and I don't know, maybe Arno can answer this, is the B-24 a pressurized bomber? I don't know, but I think it's designed to fly higher. Because you have the B-25, which is sort of a medium, but fairly heavy for a two-engine bomber, shall we say? But it's a medium bomber. Comparing it to a lot of the German two-engine bombers, it's a bit heavier, and it's sort of it's a medium bomber, and it does really well, and it's where the B-17 is the flying fortress that's up there. I think the B-24 is a bit larger, and I think it's a bit more delicate, so I'm not quite sure now. But I think it's meant to fly higher and do it. Now, along the progression lines, as you get to the B-29, and that gets into a completely pressurized bomber, meaning that you're pressurizing the compartments that the crew is in, and you're actually using the defensive weapon systems remotely, and you're flying higher. So I think it's a height altitude situation with the B-24, but I am not sure. I really don't know. I know, like in the German experience, not so much on bombers, but on engines, and the BF-109 and the FW-190 is the big reason they have two of those at the same, two different types at the same time, is one is an inline engine and the other is a radial engine, and it was just sort of taking advantage of two different engine production lines. But I don't know specifically why, other than, hey, we can do it because we have so much production and all that kind of stuff. But there may be something a little bit more. I'm sure there's more to it than what I've just said, but I don't know right offhand. Sort of my answer is things are changing over time. Okay, I don't want to do strategic resource trading. No, I have enough resources. I need ICs. This can do 40, so it's not a repair limitation here. Yeah, they're going out. Oh, bombing. Okay, bomb the Netherlands a bit. All right, now let's stop that attack. This game, I really think, can and should be. Let's try Dusseldorf. I know they have a lot of AA. Now let's go with strategic bombing, aggressive. I just want to. Oh, well. Oh, we lost a submarine in the Aegean. Yeah. We've been losing a few of those. Okay. Is designed for a bomber with longer range, higher speed, and okay. Yeah, it's more modern, and yeah, once you're done with this bombing, but it was less rugged. Yeah. So yeah, it's sort of along the lines I was thinking of. Thank you for the confirmation there, Arno. Range, you have the General Wever of the Luftwaffe, who moves over from the army to the Luftwaffe. I think I'm not sure how his relations with Goering was, but he wants a Ural bomber. He wants a bomber that Germany can fly out and bomb deep into the Soviet Union. Whether the Urals is, the absolute necessity, but he wants to be able to. Well, we can get to some of them sort of going there with what you're saying, Arno. Is he wants to be able to bomb deep into the enemy's rear. We can look at the realities of the situation. Bombing of Germany had a lot of positive results for the Western Allies. A lot. Now the question is, with all the when I say it like expense, people think of dollars and cents. Well, dollars and cents are just a way to measure things. But all of the expense that you're going to create your strategic bombing force for both Britain and America is immense. And we can look at that, and I don't have the numbers or anything like that in front of me, but we know it's immense. We can look at that as effort. Effort in producing the planes, effort in producing the bombs, effort just in training all of the personnel, the ground personnel who maintains those aircraft, who loads the bombs, who fixes, because a lot of those aircraft are damaged and they're repaired. It's not just, there's a little scratch on them, we don't use them anymore. They keep being used and repaired. And a lot of training just there, and the flight crew training. All of the training, and then the expense of having all of those people operating in places like England, like China, because they move some bomber groups to China to bomb the Japanese, bombing out in from the Pacific side of things. Strategical bombing. I'm not talking tactical or operational type bombing. Strategical bombing elements. All of this to maintain these strategical bombing operations. Is immense, and like we can see here, this is accurate in that these air groups are not destroyed, but they're damaged. I'm not going accurate as in this is how much damage they would take in X raid or something, but the idea that these heavy bomber groups, now we're operating at night, which gives them a little more protection, but we don't have a fighter. Our fighters here that are based here cannot operate into here yet. And for 42, I don't know. I think the Americans had a little longer range because we can't even. Well, we could operate just to here. I think they were a little deeper operational range. Eventually, the Americans are escorting them to Berlin and beyond in cases, having fighters that can stay with them the whole way and the whole way back. So the operation is immense, and as well as the fighter escorts for the strategic bombers. So we're talking about just strategic bomber effort is immense, and it is rare for a crew to get through the 25 missions and be able to retire, because that's basically it. The crews were asked to do 25 bombing raids. That's all. 25 raids. 25 days at war, is all you're supposed to do as a bomber. And then you're done. Now, that doesn't mean you leave the Army or the Army Air Corps. That means you no longer have to go bomb Germany. Now, some people that do get through 25 missions re-up to go to more, but a lot don't. What they end up, these people, after getting done with the 25 missions, they go back into that training train, the sort of supply train, but to train pilots, to train gunnery crew members, to command air groups, to do other jobs within the Army Air Corps. They're not like, oh, hey, I get to retire from the war and go home. No, they're just no longer asked to do, because the bombing was so dangerous. You can imagine the Germans can't even touch. Yeah, we'll get to that. And, we'll get to this. I know it's going a bit long, but so this is a dangerous operation, and dangerous, yes, to lives, but also losing a lot of equipment. Right. So Germany can't afford a 4-engine major strategical bombing program. They just can't, because they can't even afford a twin-engine tactical bombing squadron. Barely. I mean, they're barely affording what they're doing, and that's draining their resources way too much. So they can't take a goodly number of aircraft and double the number of engines, because one of the major failing points, bottleneck points for German aircraft is engine production. Do you put this engine in a bomber or in a fighter? And even for some types of aircraft engines end up in both. Even if you go say, well, no, these are bomber engines and these are fighter engines, true, but it's the same, in essence, production line. Whether it's a radial engine production line or an inline engine production line, you can swap them out. And Germany's doing that partially, where the Americans won't. But you can reconfigure to doing one or the other. And they don't have enough. They don't have enough fighters to protect Germany. So that means they don't have enough bombers. I mean, all those bombers should be turned into fighters, in essence, to protect Germany, to make it super too costly to bomb the Ruhr, and since they can't stop these daylight waves of coming in, that means they don't have enough extra aircraft engine to put in the bombers. They should be putting them into fighters, because you first need to protect what you have, both at home as well as protecting it on the front lines. Because I'll tell you what, and you can, Arno and I play War Thunder, and how often there's so much more air for in War Thunder that than there was historically at any one moment on the ground, because how often you have even when you're fighting against the Americans, how often do German tankers have air above them, enemy fighters or bombers, tactical bombers? Rarely. But that's, when I say rarely, is like they come over once every 3 days for 5 minutes, but that still blows up a bunch of your tanks. It's where they're always, almost every mission in War Thunder, you have bombers, but in the game you get the PE-8s that come in and drop one bomb and take out four tanks and whatnot. But wouldn't it be better and more likely for your side to win if you just had 1 or 2 or 3 fighters up that made sure none of the enemy bombers even get a chance to drop a bomb on your tanks? Your side would be much more likely to win, and you don't really need to have tactical bombers on your side. Hello, it's the R3. How you doing? So first thing is to deny the enemy the use of the air is the first priority. The second priority is to use the air to attack the enemy. Germany cannot, by the time it gets to war with the combination of the U.S., Britain, and the Soviet Union, cannot protect or cannot deny the enemy the use of the air. So that means they don't have effectively any extra engines to put in any sort of tactical bombers, let alone strategical bombers. Obviously, they do, even with some strategical bombers, very small limited production on strategical bombers. But so Germany can't afford the program, though they sort of try to do it. So Wever is maybe somewhat right in conception, but wrong in that Germany should be doing it. Now, the one thing that does sort of mitigate it, and one thing that with the British, more the Soviets, their strategical bombing is laughable. They do a few raids on Berlin just because they have a few strategic bombers, and they're nighttime raids, and they're not very effective. Britain is able to run a nighttime strategical bombing raid situation that, as far as I can tell, isn't terribly effective until mid or late war, basically piggybacking onto the American bombing program. But what it is effective in doing is the sort of asymmetrical or jiu-jitsu warfare type situation. And are these Japanese? No, these are Spanish. Okay. Is that just a few raids can massively modify your enemy's behavior. Okay. So let's say if there are no strategical bombing raids in Germany, well, Germany doesn't have to put up fighters to defend it. Well, the reason they don't have, say, strategic, presumably if the enemy would notice that you don't have any fighters over Germany, they would build strategical bombers just to go in to get it. So yeah, you got to have some fighters over Germany just to protect it. But let's just say you don't have raids over Germany very much. Well, all of those artillery, all those anti-aircraft artillery pieces, the 88s and whatnot, and all those anti-aircraft artillery rounds could instead be made as either anti-tank guns and anti-tank rounds, or made as artillery pieces and artillery rounds. So all of that flak gun, whole system of flak gun elements could have been turned into, say, field artillery that would dominate the battles on the artillery. So by having a few, even just a few raids, would force them to build flak units, and the more raids to some degree, the more flak units they're going to build. So even though you might not be destroying a lot of their factories at key points or non-key points, you're modifying their behavior. Say building flak guns, putting energy into nighttime radar systems and all of that stuff. You're modifying the enemy's behavior in a way that it helps you. So strategical bombing in that sense is worth doing. Now, is it worth the full huge program in attempts to destroy Germany from the air so that the soldiers can walk in unopposed? Probably not. That is probably, and that is sort of the conclusion. Well, up to the 128 millimeter AT guns and 88 guns, right? That could have either been used as, or just simply. I'm not saying use the same jigs and make the same type of guns. I'm just saying, well, an artillery barrel is an artillery barrel. Who is make how is it being made? Is it being made as a 105 or 155 howitzer, or is it being made as an anti-tank gun, or is it being made as an anti-aircraft gun? Now, the anti-tank and the anti-aircraft guns barrels can sort of be interchanged by their mountings, absolutely, but you're modifying their behavior is the point, as well as putting all the troops and energy and effort into doing this stuff. The conclusion of the Army Air Corps was that it wasn't worth doing at the end of World War II. Once they really got in and started looking at the German facts and figures, it wasn't worth doing. What changes their mind is nuclear weapons. That becomes, and then later on, by the time you're starting to get into Vietnam, they do strategical bombing, but unfortunately, their strategical bombing doesn't affect strategical production. because the AK-47s that the Viet Cong are being used are either made in China or made in the Soviet Union, and they're not bombing those factories. They're bombing, the harbors that are putting in dropping sea mines, or bombing ships in harbor that are bringing in the AK-47, or they're bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail, or they're bombing other infrastructure targets in Vietnam. And that's painful for the Vietnamese, but it isn't strategically taking out their means of production. They weren't making their bullets that they were shooting at the Americans in Vietnam. They were making them somewhere not being bombed. But as we can see, sort of the ultimate, again, failure of pure bombing campaigns is in the breakup of Yugoslavia, where, yes, strategical bombing continues to hold on because of smart munitions, highly well targeted. Hello, son. Highly well targeted. And we can see in the shock and awe campaign against Iraq that really does collapse Iraq as a conventional military defensible situation that then allows easy ground conquest. So strategical bombing, in my opinion, is even to this day, has its uses, but is not going to be the deciding factor of victory or loss. It is and the Air Force doesn't want to hear this, of course, but it's an auxiliary factor. Now, to get back to some of Arno saying is the best heavy bomber of World War II is the B-29. Right, it is. But it's wasted to use it on Germany because you're flying too high. You're not needed in Germany. By the time it's coming into operations and getting enough of them, and the Germans know the B-29's coming, and they know enough about their, what, I don't know how much is spies versus just absorbing information, through neutral sources or whatever, but they know the B-29's coming. And it's, one of the things is in the current battle pass for War Thunder is and they only made like 2 of them, but a super high altitude fighter or maybe interceptor would be a better term, piston engine, but designed to go up super high altitude to deal with the B-29. But Germany can't even afford to make these. They can make the prototypes, but they can't. It's sort of the opposite, son, is the U.S. blocks France's and Britain's Suez grab attempt. But yeah, that was, I believe, Eisenhower, or was that Truman? I forget which one. President blocks that whole thing and shuts that down. But we're going to get to that in a minute. That you're getting high enough altitude that with the then technology of targeting, that the U.S. even stops precision bombing in Europe and goes over to area bombing that the British have been doing, but doing area bombing in the day. So instead of trying to hit the factory, they're just trying to fly over the area where the factory is and plaster the whole area enough to take it out, and just doing it in the day so that you have even better targeting, because the British are trying to come in just before it gets too dark, drop incendiaries in the correct spot, and so at nighttime as you fly over, bombers drop it where you see the fires and then go home. Well, the Germans are smart enough to set their own fires. They don't set them on buildings or whatever. They go set them in the fields, a kilometer or 2. The British do the same thing too. So the British also do that to the Germans too for their nighttime bombing. Britain will set fires in farmers' fields, kind of thing, sort of near the cities that they're supposed to be bombing. So the incoming bomber sees 2 sets of fires on the ground and unsure of which one to drop their bombs on. And the British do it, and the Germans do it to the British too. So they're trying to hide the locations, and even during the day and even earlier on, the Germans are lighting up huge smoke screens on the ground, and they put it, on the side that the wind is coming from to sort of obscure the targets to create their own cloud cover. Once they know the where they believe on Schweinfurt for a reason, where they believe that it's the bombers are heading this way, start the smoke screen around Schweinfurt ball bearing factory, get that up there to obscure the target. Well, so they're trying these methods that have some effectiveness. Well, if you're doing all of this and you're flying a super high altitude bomber, it's not going to be terribly effective. Where it can be effective is in Japan. And Curtis LeMay is not doing a precision bombing operation. He's doing an area bombing operation, targeting primarily production areas, yes. And obviously, there's lots of homes around production areas because you need workers working in the factories and whatnot. But he's going after that, and only reluctantly. And there's a bit of a fight between LeMay and Nimitz, because by the time you get to the Japan operation, it's under command of Nimitz, commanding it out of Guam down here, not under MacArthur, who's basically his Pacific or his World War II military career basically ends with the Philippines taking it back. And I think that's fine with MacArthur. He's maybe getting ready for a land invasion, but obviously that doesn't happen. But the major active operations for MacArthur's force that has been fighting up this way ends in the Philippines, where Nimitz has been fighting across here, and eventually moves his command to Guam out here. Iwo Jima is just a sort of an oh shit, we got to land. We have engine trouble kind of base. It isn't really this big of an island. It's a puny, teeny little island. So he's running it out of Guam for the Japan operations. And there is a bit of fight, and it does go up to Washington, and Washington basically sides with Nimitz. So Nimitz does order, the bombing of shipping, imports and whatnot, where LeMay wants to just bomb, factories and whatnot. So it's the range, because the Pacific is such greater range than the European theater of operations, especially by the time you're getting the B-29s into, because you don't want to bring in just one squadron. You want to overwhelm the enemy. So you don't just have a few squadrons. So by the time you're getting the B-29s in enough numbers, you're already sort of really pushing into the boundaries of Germany, and Germany's being pushed from the east. So there's, it's not like you're trying to bomb East Prussia from Britain because Germany is occupying deep into Russia. No, they're being squeezed out. So really, by the time it's ready in numbers, Japan is the theater that's real, and that's where they should be used. The B-29, and yes, as Arno is pointing out, that they're flying so high that basically the Japanese can't even get up to them. Not that they can't, they just can't effectively, because some are shot down, some are damaged. And the air base here between flak guns and some fighters is being used with damaged aircraft are making it into here, and they have a whole series of destroyers and submarines hanging out in this sort of zone here to look for downed pilots, when they get reports of them. Well, I think we're going to end this episode, not the live stream, but this episode here. The bombing, and I'll get to Sun's question either in between episodes or next episode here. So thank you all so much. I really do appreciate those who make it this far into the video. Whether you're live on YouTube now, hello Lord Samuel. If you can hit that thumbs up button, or if you're watching later, it really helps if you hit the thumbs up button and post comments even later on. I do read them all, and I try to respond to most all of them. So thank you so much. Okay, let's make a safety save just in case something sort of goes bad. I don't know that I want to put it into the regular episode. The Suez Crisis. I'm not. I remember. I have a book called War in Peace, not War and Peace. War in Peace. And it's a very good book that up to it looks at all of the wars going on during the peaceful period of post World War II. So all the wars during the peace. And it's just a quick overview of all the wars up to the point of publishing in like 1988 or whatever when I got it. And it's a really good book. And they cover, just in like a couple pages, the Suez Crisis. I remember reading that. And I've read a few other things. Not a whole lot on the Suez Crisis, but it was, a mix, as far as I remember, it was a mix of a French and British and Israeli operation. The Israelis, of course, were trying to get the Sinai as a strategical point, and of course the French and British wanted to get back the Suez because Nasser's hiking of fees and whatnot to go through the Suez, if I remember correctly. I'm not sure all of the reasons why. Yeah, I'm generally happy that division commanders are coming. I'll just address this now. Hello, Dordinjo Made. How you doing? Thanks for the thumbs up. Thumbs up back to you. I'll talk about the divisional commanders in just a moment. I know I've mentioned before, but I am happy that they're coming back. Not maybe how I would do them, but I'm happy they're coming back. And I don't. Okay, so I don't understand all the reasons why the U.S. so actively opposes the Suez operation. I don't know whether it's ideological, and I forget whether it was Truman or Eisenhower that reacts against it, but I don't know whether it's ideological in anti-colonialism that America has, or more of a fear of the Cold War spiraling out of control and going hot with the Soviet Union, because the Soviet Union, to one degree or another, is backing Egypt. And so long as it was kept as a proxy war, meaning Soviets backing Egypt, mostly U.S. money and a mix of U.S. and French weapons backing Israel. It's sort of kept as a proxy war and, just advisors and trainers type thing, and not going into active combat with the major powers. I'm not quite sure on that. I don't know what would have been the great difference in the world had Britain and France retaken it. I think my understanding is they were winning in the situations that were going on. I'm thinking about this because generally speaking, I would be for it, but I don't know. How do I put this? You got Gibraltar here today. I forget. I'm one of the viewers here, and I'm blanking on the name, as you guys know. although I don't think at the time he was living in Gibraltar was sort of had lived or was from Gibraltar, British. That still pisses Spain off to this day. And we know how much China hated them, the Portuguese and the British controlling down here. Many experts in U.S. backstab allies, which caused France to leave NATO. U.S. threatens allies to leave Egypt if they would put an army in and use nukes. Yeah. Do you think the Chinese exercise will escalate due to all the Chinese crossing Taiwanese borders with ships? And I'll get to some of that in a minute. It is sort of related, Arno. Yes, both things. Yes. So European colonialism, and let me rephrase this, because so many of the modern people, and I understand why people don't like colonialism, but European success upsets non-Europeans because they're not successful. Okay? And it hurts their pride. And in Asia particularly, they have face, or pride is important. Even without nukes, and even without Soviet armies in Egypt, I don't know that France and Britain had the wherewithal to defend the canal ultimately. Are they going to set up because we know how the eventually the Egyptians retake Sinai from from Israel, using water cannons partially, because this becomes a border between Israel and Egypt, and shuts down canal traffic. That's why we have super carriers today. Not that they wouldn't eventually have happened anyways, but with the shutting down of super carriers. Oh, and Ever Given, I think, or Evergreen or whatever, the ship that I had a notification I saw, and it's probably sitting here right now as I speak. The one that got caught in the throat of the Suez a year or so ago is heading back south right now. It's going probably. It was up here on radar or something, so it's probably either waiting to go through the Suez Canal or it's in the Suez Canal. Evergreen, yeah, is in there, going through right now. I think literally as I'm speaking here. Maybe it's already gone through. I don't know, but it was like a day or two ago, and I think it takes a little while. And there was a lot of shipping here, so it very well may be in the canal as I'm speaking. And yeah, this is live now and will be up, but it's not part of an episode. So as I'm speaking, it's going back through, and I think it's the first time since being repaired from damage. That last time it was going through in the other direction. But the reason we have super tankers at first, and then super cargo containers, was because shutting down of the Suez Canal. Tankers and cargo ships were limited to the size of the Suez Canal because of its size and everything, and shutting it down, forcing whether it's oil, at first was oil, but then also other trade to go around Africa, or of course go through the Panama Canal, basically. But at first the super containers and stuff couldn't go through the Panama Canal either, though that's been increased and improved over time, because it does become a front line. And then so it's closed to shipping. A Egyptian engineer, I believe, comes up with the idea, because Egypt builds a huge embankment of sand along their side of the canal. And basically, you can get up in a helicopter or an aircraft and see over it, but unless you're up in an aircraft or whatever, you cannot see what is going on the other side. Israel made some tanks with removed the regular turret and put an armored observation tower on some sort of like telescoping type thing that would pop up, and so they could look over and then lower it. It's not super tall, but enough so you could drive tanks and whatever behind this berm, and you couldn't be seen from the other side. So unless you had, like, let's say, aircraft or something to get high enough to observe to where they are, to even like direct artillery, indirect fire. So it was a protective barrier, as well as visually, but also to come across. Well, the engineer figured out, hey, we could use fire hoses and just, of course, use the pumping the water out from the canal itself to erode this big sand berm to be able to get through it. So now they have to get commandos over and control that part of the enemy side to be able to do this, but it would have been a significant logistical problem of getting tanks and trucks and all that stuff across the Suez Canal and across this berm in strong enough to take it back. So yes, eventually they get back to be able to take it back. Now, of course, that is with the Israelis more or less not interfering with what's going on the western bank of the Suez. Obviously, the Allies, if they were talking Britain and France, would have to control both banks and have to control far enough back, and this is a lot of desert, so they'd have to keep all military forces and be willing to attack any military forces. And even with the Israelis controlling this side, all the Egyptians got to do is put some anti-shipping missiles here and shoot them at freighters, saying, hey, these freighters are in Egyptian territorial waters and we deny their permission, and they're there, so we're shooting at them. Launch, sink your evergreens and other ships. So it probably wasn't going to work. I think Europe, and there's multiple reasons. Some of it's just literally fucking, like we see with the left going on today. A lot of the people are guilt, success guilt. They see people starving in Africa and they feel guilty that they're fat and happy in America. I get it. They're guilty. They feel guilty. I don't, but they feel guilty. I feel bad for the people in Africa starving, but I don't feel guilty for my success. And of course, there's interests that are out there trying to promote the guilt up to self-interest groups. So, but I think Europe retreats from its colonial world too fast. Now, of course, they're being pushed by the Soviet Union, but it retreats too fast. I think America should not, the United States should not have given up the Panama Canal, because the Panama Canal was United States territory. It was never Panamanian territory. Never. Or should I say, it was Colombian territory. And our agreement with the locals here, who did not like, because they did not like the main Colombians here, because there was literally no land connection from Colombia to what becomes Panama. There's no roads, no railway. This is just, it was at that time at least, impassable jungle. So you had to take a boat to get to this part, to the isthmus here. And there was settlements here. And these people did not care to be ruled from over here in Bogota. And so they were, yeah. And the agreement was that, set up with the elites at least, I know not everyone was consulted, but generally speaking, that the canal zone was going to be U.S. territory, and the U.S. was otherwise going to more or less leave them alone in governing themselves. And Jimmy Carter, I think, unwisely gives that up for multiple reasons. Yes, it would be, well, I was going to say it would be up to the U.S. taxpayer to pay for the improvements, but the cost of the improvements that they've done just comes out of the shipping cost. It costs millions of dollars to move a ship through the Panama Canal, but it's still much cheaper than going around. So yeah, you just run it as a business, and it's a huge strategical important situation there for the U.S. And we do see the U.S. interaction with the... Sorry, I'm reaching over and getting something, talking closer to the mic, I know. Okay. Yes, battery dying. So, colonial possessions, because you're successful, I think the West has retreated too fast, too much. Now to Arnold, because I do want to make the next episode to be about things. Taiwan. I actually think things... I mean, there's exercises still going on, but I think they're more or less winding down over Taiwan. Japan's reaction this time versus the last time these things happened back in the 90s has been much more extreme. Japan has... Again, this island should be a lot smaller, but these islands here, Japan has reacted much harsher diplomatically than they did before, and there is real growing support for the idea of Taiwanese independence and recognizing it as such. So its name would change from the Republic of China to Republic of Taiwan or something like that. And I think the Chinese are realizing their actions are backfiring. But I don't know that they know how to get out of the situation other than, other than just sort of slowly slink away without appearing to. The U.S. is planning sending another carrier through here, I think to Ronald Reagan, fairly soon, as a Freedom of Navigation Act, just to say F you, you don't get to say we can't do it. That will be the telling situation. I think the Chinese have realized that the Japanese are going to, because the Japanese called for peace in the Straits of Taiwan, specifically is what they're calling it, the Straits of Taiwan. I think the Chinese are realizing the Japanese at this point would militarily, so at least at minimum, support U.S. actions to defend Taiwan, and probably, and it's sort of important in that they're flying in and out of Okinawa to do those actions. And two, probably it's Japan itself come in militarily to defend or help defend the waters. And they'd sort of, not so much put their ships, here, but put their ships here, because they have some islands that are right about here, just minuscule islands, but put here and then launch operations against actions into the strait, sort of from their own territory. So it looks like they're protecting their own territory and not so much protecting Taiwan. And that, I think, is disturbing the Chinese. I think how do I put this? China has lost the sense of surprise. I think China could have, I know, building up some islands down, man-making islands where there are none, or there were minimal islands before, and doing some stuff that is sort of belligerent, yes, and building up their navy, yes. But they could have kept their rhetoric just, yeah, well, Taiwan, of course it's part of China, just, breakaway province, but whatevs, we don't want to cause problems with that. We just want to make sure that we control, all the rest of Chinese territory, blah, 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 blah. Let's build up our forces. Oh, oops. We decided we accidentally invaded Taiwan. Well, whatever now. They could have done that. Trying to misdirect, maybe start another war with Vietnam and attack Vietnam again. They did so a few times in the past. Japan is restricted by their constitutional in terms of military. Well, ultimately, the Constitution is just a piece of paper. I do not see in the Japanese culture any appetite for colonialism, neocolonialism, military imperialism. I don't see any of that anywhere in the Japanese appetite. I do believe Japan put some forces into, I may be wrong on this, but some forces into Afghanistan, but purely as like security elements. Meaning they weren't doing offensive operations against the Taliban, if I remember correctly, and I may be wrong on this. But just minor forces that were sort of like I think I'm fuzzy on this, but a military hospital kind of thing and sort of protective forces. I think they did some of that. But this is sort of why I say that these islands that are really here, that are really small. I mean, they're not like even big enough. I mean, I guess if they may be the size of an aircraft carrier, kind of thing. So if you wanted to try to make, just purely a landing strip on them or something, you can. But what it does is it sort of gives them, an exclusive economic zone up here, for whether it's fishing or mining or drilling or whatever, into the ocean here. The U.S. does not recognize large territories owned into the ocean. They recognize economic zones, but because the U.S. believes in freedom of navigation, meaning ships get to go where ships get to go. You can't, China and Japan can't draw lines and keep ships from going to Korea, coming through here. You don't get to do that. Ships get to go where they want to go. And so U.S. firmly believes that. And that's just a convention that Britain had and then the U.S. has. Taken over from Britain, and since we are the greatest naval power on the planet of Earth, and could probably defeat all other navies combined, if they all wanted to come after us, we could probably defeat them. Not that we wouldn't take losses if they all came after us, but we are. And I know China's building lots of ships, but I think they're building also lots of targets, like we see what's happened with the Moskva sinking out here, and presumably the Moskva. Well, maybe its maintenance and condition weren't the best. Maybe I don't know, but they should have been best, But they couldn't even protect themselves from a few missiles. So, and the U.S. we can see is very good at that kind of thing. So I think China just is building a lot of targets, quite honestly. Not so much building a lot of effective fighting ships, and their two carriers I think are laughable. Compared to, I think because the U.S. is going back to the idea of CVEs, the small sort of escort carriers. Some of our marine landing ships are, because we have now used, the Marines and the Navy are using some, vertical takeoff jets for the first time. I mean, well, the Marines had been using Harriers, I know, and they're thinking, but some of the newer production stuff is vertical takeoff and not needing conventional big carriers. So they're experimenting with the idea, instead of keeping them all as operating, to do, invasions on shore, keep small air groups operating. I think even those small air groups operating can sink the Chinese carriers. I think they could sink them easily, but I may be wrong because no one's tried yet. Maybe China has secret magic weapons. I don't know. And I don't think anything comes near America's naval technology. Now, China might be able to defend its coastline well enough with anti-shipping missiles and other things. No, that's a different issue than coming out here. So America controls the seas, so America gets to make the seas laws. And we say freedom of navigation, so that's the way it is. Hey, Beam Slam. Yes, we rule the waves. We do now. We've taken over from Britain. Exergen, who's sometimes around here, good friend in England, is promoting up. And England now has 2 big carriers finally again. And I posted, or I reposted, or whatever thing. Only America can do this. And it was a photo of the 2 aircraft carriers. You go, well, Britain has 2 aircraft. No, but you got to realize, the photo was taken, and you sort of see from an an aircraft elevator on the side of another U.S. carrier. So they were standing on a carrier, photographing 2 other carriers. So, big super carriers. So only America can put 3 carriers into the ocean at any one time, literally. But there's 3 all in one visual spot. Yes, Lord Samuel, there is a lot of economic stuff going on, and I've heard China's economics crumbling for the last 20 years, so I don't know if I believe it or not. I'm not saying you're wrong, because I do believe that there's a lot of economic situations, and the banks and whatever. I know there's been a big run on banks down in southern China, I believe. I've been seeing some video of that, so I don't know that it's crumbling or whether it's just slight cracks in the pavement. I really don't know. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just going, I keep hearing these things. I think as much as anything, these are people wishing it was happening and seeing signs that it's happening. But I don't know if those signs indicate that it's going to... Dolphins. What, you're against the belugas now, Arno? Okay. So yeah, America... America might be able to be beaten in some distant jungle, but they can't be beaten at the ocean right now, I don't think. Now, maybe in 20 years, that may change. Russia can build and has built some high-tech good missiles that can sink ships, but I don't think they can build a lot of them. It's sort of like the idea that Germany, here's these really great fighters that they built. Yeah, they're super great. Oh, they built 2 of them? Yeah. You have super great fighters. You build 2. German technology wonder weapon. Yeah. You build 2. And it's a world war. You build 2. So yeah, it's sort of like Germany coming up with great technical capabilities, but can't afford to produce them in belugas are second. Okay. Build them in large numbers to do things. And so Russia coming out with some really nice stuff, but is it able to produce enough of them? Because where are those Armata tanks that they built 14 or 20 or whatever the number was that we see in the Moscow parade? Why haven't we seen even one of them in the Ukraine? Because they don't work? Maybe. Because they do work, but they're expensive. If they get destroyed, wow, shit, that's going to cost us way too much money. Is that the reason? Or is it well, they work, they're okay, they're decent, but we don't want to be seen as them being vulnerable. Why haven't those, you normally want to go test some of your new equipment in the field, but we don't have, at least I have not seen photos or videos of any of those Armata tanks. Now maybe you don't, I get the idea you don't want the enemy to capture them or what, capture one and take a good look at them or something. But don't you want to send at least a platoon of them down to fight alongside a bunch of other things to sort of show off their capabilities and test them in the field just as a testing experiment, field trials? But no. So yeah, Russia has their problems in terms, logistics. Well, actually, logistics, yes, getting out into the deep oceans. Yeah, I would be because I know that, new supersonic or hypersonic missile that the Russians have that really, as its terminal ballistics, as it's coming in, it's back down to super instead of hypersonic. It's sort of long-range hypersonic, high altitude, but once it gets down near the aircraft carrier or ship or whatever it is they're shooting at, because it's only hypersonic because it's up in the high atmosphere, low density. But to come down into the denser atmosphere, it has to use more standard conventional engines, so it has to slow down. So the idea is, from the tests that we've seen, is that they can launch it from somewhere out here, and it zips out to here really fast, and then it slows down and it comes in and hits the target. So where if it was a more conventional missile, you see the launch, see it flying, and taking a while. Okay, ready up. Okay, here it comes in and turn on all your electronic warfare systems and kill it. They're hoping to get the launch and main operation out there before the carriers need to turn on their defensive systems. Well, I think the U.S. just has their defensive systems on much more than the Russians seem to have when they lost the Moskva. So we don't quite know whether all the details of Moskva going down, but supposedly their systems were good enough that should have been able to defend it. But we've also seen H.I. Sutton does a really good open intelligence analysis of ships. You can see him on Twitter and on YouTube, I believe, as well now, in which they appear to be putting truck-based anti-air systems parked on the back of warships, so that they're using those at sea instead of the sea systems. So I don't know, because they're not transporting these systems to somewhere else. They're just operating them out at sea on the back of ships. So it's sort of an anti-missile type system kind of thing. Dolphin just hyperspace travel. I think he's more referring to Don't Panic, the book. Russian military is a joke. They invaded Ukraine. Yeah. So, yeah. And so, like I say, finish this up and get back to making some episodes. But, so China could have tried to lull Taiwan into complacency. Instead, they've a combination of what has been going on in Hong Kong, and they should have let Hong Kong slide. Hong Kong was not important enough to clamp down on. Hong Kong, they had effective control that they could move in their Gestapo at any single moment and take it. They should have just let it slide, and it was the Hong Kong operations down here that got the current, I follow her Twitter account, but I keep forgetting her name, got her elected because the nationalist parties that had, the anti-communist nationalist party had been sort of pursuing the idea of a possible reunification with China. And they lost big time to sort of more freedom parties, sort of in some ways more left parties, but are anti-reunification as parties, because there's a bunch of fractured parties in Taiwan, like a lot of parliamentary governments. They won big time and put the current woman in power there, and she is really popular based entirely just on the "we don't want to become China" platform. And so Taiwan is really sort of, and the people are really sort of mobilizing themselves to defend themselves. Now, unfortunately, civil defense, not the military, but civil defense is under the police. And the police ministers don't want to hand out guns. Gun ownership is, personal gun ownership is very, very no in Taiwan. I remember reading about the son of Chiang Kai-shek. After Chiang Kai-shek, is out of power or dead, probably dead by that point. And this guy, he's the one that was the officer in the German military for a while. well, junior officer, but or NCO or whatever. But yeah, in his retirement, they eventually raid his home and find an arsenal that's sort of unregistered and confiscate the guns. Not really like and I think in 100+ guns. I don't know. Not that he was like trying to stage a coup, but it was just like his sort of private gun arsenal for private security and collection and whatnot. But yeah, private ownership of guns is sort of no in Taiwan. And since civil defense is under the police are not in the mood to hand out guns to the populace. But that would be a good idea. Hello, Yoshihisa. Good to have you here. But Taiwan itself is waking up. The other option, okay, so one option would be to sort of surprise invade them. The other option, and I mean like a strategic surprise, not so much a tactical surprise, but it's a strategic surprise. Meaning they're going to realize it as they start to come across the straits, but strategic. The other option is that China has is to grind them down. Just grind them down. It's coming. The invasion's 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 coming. And keep doing it for 20 years. And it's sort of like what Arno was saying is a lot of these, China's been invading Taiwan as well as other territories around here with like fishing fleets. That the fishing fleet is told to go in and surround any other fishing vessels that aren't Chinese and make it impossible for them to fish, surround any other sort of like Coast Guard type vessels that come in to intervene and just overwhelm them, use things like water cannon on them and other less than lethal methods, but just harass. Well, that kind of tactics you can wear down, and I think they may be moving to those. Not trying to start a big escalation into actual war, but just trying to wear down and tire out the Taiwanese people, so when the invasion finally does come, they're just all so tired of it, and this ain't worth it, we'll just become Chinese. I think that'll probably have a negative effect on... I don't think it'll have the effect that they think it will. There have just been a number of detonations, about 140 behind the lines of region, perhaps more smoking accidents. Okay, I'm guessing that's Ukraine beam slam, and I'm not sure which 140 is that in Russia or in Ukraine, behind which lines. I need a little more information. I'm not that good on geography and knowing exactly what you're talking about. I'm gathering you're talking about like factories or other things going boom. I get that point, but I don't get the rest. And I think also the situation in Ukraine is teaching China a major lesson. One, the invasion might not be as easy as it looks, militarily. Two, the world reaction. I think China thought, Clinton is to blame for this. President Clinton is entirely to blame for this. He goes back in the 90s and says, hey, if we were to accept Chinese bribes, no, I didn't take any Chinese bribes. No. All that money that my wife has that China gave her, no, not Chinese bribes. But if we were to invest in China, since China is such a backward nation and has its sort of isolated economy, sort of like North Korea does today, well, it will, if it fights a war, well, who does it care? Because it's sort of an isolated economy. But if we invest in Chinese economy, they won't want to go to war because that means their economy will collapse. So we invest in their economy, and that'll bring about peace and democratic change in China. See, it will do so. Well, they're less democratic now than they were. That's not saying too much, but and now they're becoming more military belligerent because they wanted to commingle economy, so going to war would just be too expensive. Marx believed, and Marxists, whether you're a communist or not, but it's people who believe in Marxist worldview. Sometimes these people are, conservatives and capitalists. believe that economics is the main driver, is somehow China is worried about Taiwan because of economics. China doesn't give a fuck about the economics of Taiwan. Taiwan is somewhere between strategic on the one hand and two, a sort of face-saving cultural impairment to getting back at it, and maybe three, trying to unlock the secrets of ancient China that are locked up in Taiwan that China decided to kill with its Great Leap. Was it forward or backward? And the Cultural Revolution that they tried to kill off all that. Okay, 14 kilometers behind Russia. Okay, good, 140. Yeah, okay, I got you there. Hello, Mr. Duck. And COVID-9 is here. Yep. Hello, good to have you back. So, China destroyed its culture. Would sort of like to unlock. See, China can destroy Taiwan at its leisure. Destroy it, nuke it. That is not the question. It's they want to get it. They don't, not that they're going to do some damage to it. They know they're going to do some damage to it, but they want to get it largely intact, and then they want to reabsorb that culture back into China. I'm doing very well, and how are you, Mr. Duck? How are you doing today? I'm just talking about the world and telling all my great ideas how to fix the world, or how the world is all effed up. Just put Gamer in charge and everything would be fine, I'm sure. But we're looking, but we're seeing Russia being to the point of Germany is dependent upon Russian energy to heat itself this coming winter, and Germany is willing to cut itself off from heat, thinking about restarting nuclear power plants, or at least keeping the ones currently going, thinking about restarting coal-fired power plants and whatnot that they can, and is doing everything they can. So since they're seeing Germany and other European nations, some less, some more dependent upon Russian energy, willing to economically isolate, cut off from Russia over Ukraine, and willing to ship in lots of, and continue to ship in lots, because I'll tell you, and I have a friend who's sometimes around here. Hey, Tony First Gen, and good to hear, Mr. Duck. Ukraine would have collapsed by this time without the massive levels. I was going to say, I do have a friend here who's around sometimes who is in Ukraine. I don't want to dox him any more than that. Not that it's terribly important, but I'm just conscious of security because he is one of my nothing confidential or secret, but just one of my on the ground informants, or my only on the ground informants inside of. I actually have an on-the-ground inside informant in Russia as well. I have, if you want to go, my spies in Russia, I mean, they're just people in Russia who pay attention. I have at least one in Russia. And I have one in Ukraine who gives me his, viewpoint from inside the conflict. Again, not like in any government office or anything like that, but just people who are paying attention and who know what's sort of going on, and will be honest with me about not the propaganda of what's going on, but what is actually going on in there. Ukraine would have collapsed by now without the massive Western putting in NLAWs and TOW missiles and all the whatever missiles that they've been sending in and other military support. They would have collapsed by now. I'm just sure of it. I may be wrong, but I'm just sure of it. It's not, fighting spirit they have. They don't have the, because there is supposedly, as of earlier this year, Lockheed Martin, the manufacturer of the NLAW, says, hey, we can produce approximately, they gave an exact number, but I'm going to go approximately 6,000 NLAWs a year. And we're at full production. Now, they might be able to turn that to 24/7 production. So, they only got 6,000 a year that they're able to make. And so, they're producing them. And so they need to produce them for Ukraine or produce them for replacements from the ones that No, I'm not sending spies. I just got informants around the world, and Mr. Duck is in the Netherlands, and there's sometimes people just like Mr. Duck or whatever, but talk about not online, but not during live streams about what's going on around, and send me different bits of information that they think I would find interesting, shall we say. And it's just, it's like open source stuff. I'm not like saying it's anything dark and secret, but just getting me viewpoints that aren't in the general media, shall we say. So, I try to do that, and I try to watch the world. So if anybody's out there that want, and the best way is to join the Discord server. And whatnot, and so we can talk at times. I do like to get viewpoints, because for a while we had, and I haven't heard from him in over a year, but I did have a contact in Taiwan who I know for a while wasn't active because he was in the Taiwanese military. He got to that draft age, and maybe that's what he's still sort of busy doing. But he was associated with the Ma clique up in his family up in here in China way back when. So yeah, unfortunately, I have not heard anything from him in a long time. But I would love to if you're ever around and whatnot. But just to sort of keep the information flowing. But we're seeing the economic situation and the military situation in Ukraine, that what the West is willing to do. And I think China's realizing the U.S. is, if this conflict happens here, the U.S. and the Western world might put actual embargoes on importing Chinese goods and cutting off China from the international banking system. And that, if they actually did that, and so not necessarily a blockade, meaning Chinese ships get to leave Chinese ports, but what ships are willing to accept them? And yeah, Iran, sure. The Solomon Islands are sort of now, these are Solomons, wherever the Solomons are here. The Solomons Islands here, or wherever, are now sort of becoming a Chinese puppet. And a few other, Ceylon is collapsing right now, but has a major Chinese port in it. So there may be a few places that China would be able to trade with. And I know India would cheer, and is cheering anything that is anti-Chinese right now. So yeah, I think they're seeing their whole economic system would collapse. I mean, truly collapse. If they, if they could take Taiwan overnight, get it in 1 week and have full occupation in 1 week, maybe the world would go, oh, damn, that sucks, and move on. But maybe it wouldn't. But if Taiwan can hold out for a few weeks, China economically, I think, would collapse. And I also think we would see equivalent of sending in NLAWs and whatnot into Taiwan. And it might be, we talked earlier about, oh, okay, Mr. Duck. Eat something good. Japan not being able to, it's under constitutional situations, and I'm saying, yeah, but they can sort of defend their islands here by military operations out here. But maybe you could have planes that are made in Japan that have Taiwanese markings painted on it, and give the pilot a piece of paper that says, I'm now in the service of Taiwan. And basically, Japanese pilots and Japanese planes operating out of Taiwan or something like that, that you might really see sort of the reverse of what happened during World War II. Going on here, that I think it's upsetting China's plans, and I think we're going to see less situation. But that's just sort of my analysis of China's reaction. I Now, I know this is going to hurt to say for a lot of people, and I know people I know some leftists were, I'm so glad there's a war in Ukraine because during wartime, the president always gets reelected. Well, that's when America's at war, not stupid idiot, not when somebody else is. But I actually think for the world situation, Ukraine happening is a positive thing in a way. Yes, it's terrible that Russia's invading. But what it's showing is to all these governments, and some of the governments I don't think are learning the lesson, but it's showing to whether it's the Baltic states, Poland, Hungary, Romania, even Germany, even Britain, wherever, that the world isn't some peaceful place that you can just demilitarize. And that the world is a dangerous, dangerous place, and you really need to be prepared. Now, I wish it didn't. Oh, and they, because there's right now a major civil war going on, at least last I heard a month or so ago, where tens of thousands have died in Tigray here in Ethiopia. Yeah, they're used to these kinds of wars, and there's also a massive civil war going on in South Sudan. And I think these are just all thought to be, lesser people's problems, shall we say, and not the sophisticated peoples of, Europe, North America, or Asia, because, the sophisticated peoples of Asia, that know that these are a danger everywhere, and the world is not a peaceful and safe place. And if you want peace, prepare for war. And that's the lesson that we're learning, hopefully, from Ukraine. Now, it needs to be a painful lesson, and like I say, I'm very much emotionally on the Ukrainian side. Don't think me that I'm not, and not that I'm not cheering Russia's attack. It's just, damn, people, you gotta be armed and be prepared for war, and then you'll have peace. Okay, well, let's make an episode here. Back to World War II. Back to World War II. Welcome back to World War II. Yes, this is Gamer1745 here, and we are playing Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice, and playing as America. We're doing a bombing right here. And if you're new here, please subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button. So it really helps. Post a comment. I really want to continue to do this series. YouTube, for various reasons, my views are way down. I would really appreciate anything you can do to help get the views up. Okay, yes. For some reason, there's Japanese operating at here. You can see, I don't know why. But okay, direct fire unit bind arms has advanced. And I've just spent an hour before this episode here, during the live stream, talking about the current world situation. So if you want to find the live stream, which I do leave up, or you can join the live stream while it's live sometimes on Saturday mornings. Love to have more people around for that. See what you miss if you don't watch. Tank radio communications. Okay, I think we're going to keep that one going yet, because that's just back at 1940. Is heavy Yes, hello, Michael Rector. Yes, that is the duty of heavy industry. But I think it's somewhere, I'm not sure the exact number, but you can look into stats. For it to be worthwhile, there needs to be like somewhere between 4 and 6 regular industry for the cost, both because it takes longer to build and costs more to build, to magnify it. But yeah, it's a magnifying it. It only changes it in that province. So like here in New York City, we're going to max this out when we get to 10. And so here, it really isn't worth doing yet in Philadelphia. It might be after we get the next one done. But so you want to some degree concentrate your industry. Like once these are done, it's definitely worth the time to do that, to push more heavy industry. So it's a magnifying situation. Now, some nations can't build it. The U.S. can. Sometimes, like with Germany, heavy industry can only be done and is given through events because of balance. Of it would be considered too powerful to represent historically. Okay, looks okay. Great. We got in here with these guys, so we've now got a port here, and it is controlled by the U.S. So what I want to do here is create a convoy. We want to create. Okay, well, it's going to do supply auto. So hopefully that will do that. And oh, these guys back. Took out a Spanish submarine off here. And Honduras, we would give them money for fuel. No, no, no. Let's go back to the Pacific. Yeah, do I still have fleets sitting out here that need to go home? No, they're going. Okay, yeah, they're going. Well, you know, let's move these motor torpedo boats to the Philippines. Okay, these guys here, can they retreat? Yeah, hopefully they'll get out. I don't know, but hopefully they. I don't want to buy fuel. Not buying supplies from Vichy France. Uh-oh. Okay, let's look at our new. Ah. Well, gamer is getting frustrated here. And recently announced the change in Hearts of Iron 4's generals. They're bringing back divisional generals, if you haven't heard. Yay! Now, I just skimmed the release, the dev diary release on it. It's that they're going to come in sort of generically, and they're going to have a list of historical names, and I think the portraits are going to be random, and meaning just generic. Create a bunch of generic portraits, so it's not going to be matching to the historical person's face because they decided to go with their, painting style as opposed to, photographs. And that since there's going to be a general there now, he's not going to be particularly skilled, but he's going to earn medals that will grant bonuses to the divisions. I do not know, and I don't know if they said and I just didn't read, or they didn't say, if you'd be able to switch, change a general from commanding this division to commanding some other division. I don't know if they're changeable. And by their basic statement, they will not be what do you call it? Historically based, at least not in most, historical general in charge of historical division. But with Boy 4, I could say, yeah, don't operate here, or try not to operate here to then force the supply route all the way around. But right now it's going through the effing Mediterranean. Maybe after a few losses, they'll figure out to go around. Okay, well, we got the Persian Gulf because no longer have enough sources down here. Or here, maybe, I don't know, but definitely they got this, it looks like. Okay. So, yeah, I really love the black ice version of Hoi 3. I'm specifying black ice version as opposed to the generic version, which I don't really love. Mechanized offensive. Okay. That I believe here. Yes. So there's a lot of good things happening with Hoi 4. There's still some things I think Hoi 3 does better. It's just frustrating. A combination or something of the two would be, my sort of remix would be great. Yeah, do that. Like, he's almost there. Yeah, these guys keep getting trapped. They don't retreat fast enough. Come on, just retreat. Retreat. Get out, get out, get out. Get out. Yep, division shattered, unfortunately. Now these guys are trying to come across and I'm trying to retreat the fuck out. Okay, get out. Yeah, we want to get these guys out here, and these guys are holding the coast well enough. Air materials, certainly you can have some. Money for supplies. Yeah. Okay, we can believe it. And we need a lot more. Okay. Not enough, but we got a lot of naval air operations coming in. We can use those for sure. I think we need to continue to build up our industry at home here. Already building one, that can build one again. So I'm trying to sort of concentrate my industry to some degree so that I can use heavy industry in time to magnify it versus just spreading out my conventional industry or my standard industry. That is sort of why I'm looking for green hex or green provinces here that I can drop an industry into to try to improve things here. Okay, here. Move all these guys back into here because we want to escort them. But we're no longer navally invading, so everybody in here. Rebase, yes. So now we're finally helping in the, I don't know, African Arab theater of operations. Okay, we took out a German long-range submarine. Good. Still moving through the... Okay, it looks like they've... Okay, good. They've routed it around. Good. I know it's going to take a lot more ships to do, but... Yeah, 11 ships to get to there. But all right. 11 ships work. Now, I know it's not overly useful, but let's put this up here anyways. Air intercept this area. Get some air operations going. Oh, the Japanese have pushed into here. Okay, well, we're getting there, but we're not really prepared to do too much. Okay, looks like we might save one division. We might get out in time. Okay, desert unit training. Well, we're fighting the desert right now, so that's useful. But 44 is too far in advance, so we'll cancel that. Fighter ground control, that would be here. Yeah, we'll let that continue. Okay, we've enforced democracy on Saudi Arabia. Okay, well, that operation is done. Well, I guess we help. We help. Okay, between which do you find the more interesting to play, more challenging? Well, I've only played Japan once through to a conclusion of some sort. And you can see the play, one of the Let's Plays on there. Obviously with an older version, like 8 of Black Ice. As Yohishima, hopefully I'm getting that right, who at least said hi earlier, I don't know if he's hanging around, commented that I was being very negative in the start of my playing as Japan. Very doom and gloom, and I was. And I ended up being victorious. Now, I will say the only reason, in my opinion, I was victorious is that I was able to invade Honolulu here. And the Americans, who had a huge doom stack or multi stack of ships, rebased their ships from here to, I believe it was this port, but it was one of the 2 ports here on, and if there was even 2 ports, I think there may have only been 1 port on Hilo here. Rebased it to here, and we can, well, here this is actually now saying it can 41 units repair, but at the time it wasn't anything like that. It was under the earlier capabilities. So basically they couldn't supply them, so they all ran out of organization. And then I was able to launch, anti-shipping, naval what's it called here? Oh, well, never mind. No. Yeah, so, the naval strikes, that's right, port strikes into here and sink the ships that had 0 organization and grind them down. So I sunk the overwhelming majority of the American fleet because the AI would not rebase them to someplace like San Diego or Los Angeles, where they would get supply and repair themselves. So I was able to do so. Because of a stupid move by the AI and the inability of the AI to correct its stupid move. If it wasn't for that, and if you've been watching this playthrough, we've been having a very aggressive Japanese AI. Come on, get out. Come on, get out. Just get out. Very aggressive. Okay, good. Well, at least we saved one of the 3 divisions into here. The others are shattered and gone away. There too. We've seen the taking out Wake and Midway. If the Americans had been aggressive, and I've seen the Americans when I was playing as Germany invade Japanese mainland, while Japan was still holding out down on all these other places, go directly pushed into Japan. If they were aggressive, I think I would have lost that game. But ultimately, and I quit at some point, but Japan is still dependent upon Germany playing reasonably well. Because if Germany gets crushed, well, then eventually you're going to get crushed. So, yeah, Germany is still the main driver for me as playing as a campaign. It just is. Even with that one pretty decent success. Okay, so now we have our allied. Oh, yeah, well. Yeah, but see that battle will stop, that they're invading here as soon as these guys get here because they can't get across that. Well, they can't get across. Yeah. Put you out here. Just move into the ocean. Also become available. Okay. Another division and technology we can research. Japan ultimately is a sideshow in World War II. The decision happens in Europe. Japan can affect that outcome, but they don't control the outcome. Oh, we need to do light infantry branch, yes. And use more divisions. Okay, we've got a lot of industry coming. Not that that's enough, it just we have to balance things out. We've got a lot of naval. I think we can use some more conventional ground forces. So let's do another armored division. Now we'll use this. Now you can do this. 2 mainline brigades. The problem is you're starting to use a lot of manpower. And there were a few sort of super divisions like that. But mostly what you should do is, well, we're going to use, because we can look here, 9.5 versus 10 3/4. We're going to use a mechanized infantry battalion so that we keep the overall manpower numbers down, so we're not grinding away. No, we have lots here, but you never know what may grind away on it. But just generally speaking, so you want to, if you're using an armored division, you want to use one of these battalion levels, they call them here, infantry units to support it. If you're using an infantry division out here, you just use that. Then we should come for other support units. Let's do armored cars, just motorized engineers. Well, let's keep trucks. We're not going to go too bloated on size. Right, now because we have sort of 2 facing divisions, I think, and I know we don't have a tank destroyer element, but we do have that armor, so we need a headquarters, so we only have 1 more spot. I think we will do just motorized support. So not the greatest division, and we'll add a HQ, so that's, we'll get that. Yeah, I think it's the easy 8. That's way, it really wouldn't be this yet, but whatever. Their models don't quite match up to what it should be. Those. Bridging equipment, yay. I'm here for special forces type upgrade. Energy, we have plenty of resources. And this, to a point, is very historical in that the U.S. had more than enough oil. In most cases, more than enough rare materials. Steel, well, because they build everything everywhere, there is some level of choices need to be made on steel. There just is. But it's close. And energy, it has unlimited amounts. Where what really is limiting factors, which sort of comes into steel, is production capability and deployment. Getting that oil or the gasoline or whatever fuel way out to the front. That is where it's more limiting than at home, if you will. Okay, you're repairing. Well, now that we have this group here, we're in Saudi Arabia. When we tried to go after other forces here, we didn't have enough supply. So what we're going to do is we're going to go here. Now I tried to invade down here, but they had too many forces too close. And the reason, again, I wanted to do it because I wanted to have this U.S. controlled. Because Britain has not been, we can maybe come over here, look. United Kingdom here. We can see their production. They are building a lot of convoys actively here to deal with some of their losses, so that is good. And they have a lot of stuff they want to build. And see, this is the thing I'll tell you as a player here. I don't think, however good your convoy raiding and destroying is as Germany, I don't think, and I'm not saying it isn't possible, but it isn't practical to actually defeat Britain by sinking their convoys in this game. And I think that's appropriate. But what it is able to do is focus Britain on making convoys instead of making all these other units that would become a problem. So if all they're doing is replacing convoys, and you can get it to where you're sinking more of their, okay, that's where their main fleet is. That's the German main fleet. They've been using as commerce raiders. If you can get them to do that, produce enough subs to sink enough stuff, then you'll be doing okay. Or you're doing better use with them. Well, let's drop this unit here. Okay. Well, we have a few divisions and divisional headquarters. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab this division and the 1st Armored Division under Magruder there. We're going to hit R. We're going to put it all here. There we go. It's all the 1st here. Yay. Okay, so now we have that more or less ready to go. Now let's pick up one of these, this division here. And what do we want to call it? Let's call it the Ohio Division. We'll use that. So we'll do this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move just one unit over to here. And then I'm going to pick, not the armored guy, no. Well, we'll get Simpson here. We'll put Simpson in charge. And that way, the rest of these units that we move over will not get disorganized by switching out the commander. There we go, because we'll see those two. Now, this next one won't matter. Robert E. Lee Division, which I don't know that they did. I don't think they would have. But maybe I'm wrong. We'll just dump all these over here since these aren't organized up at all. And we're not going to have a Marine Corps general in charge of an army unit here. Let's put Patel Smith in charge of it here. Okay, so now we have a few else of the infantry division here. Okay. We need to get more invasion fleets done. So we have these here. Let's build two more. Do it before the armored division. What we could do is, these guys may be out of fuel. Well, we'll continue with our invasion here into Ethiopia. Thought I said to do this. Oh, maybe I didn't. Okay. Armor unit, combined arms, advance, and submarine crew. Yeah, we'll do that. And submarine crew berthing. Yeah, so we'll get this. Is there something snorkel? We're sort of playing historical, so we're not that just yet. Okay, well, we would like to get to that, so amphibious invasion tactics transport. Okay, so we need to get this done, and defenses, we need to get this done next. Okay. We'll do longer range. Well, we lost a destroyer to, looks like a coastal battleship. Spain. Okay, order placed. United Kingdom. We'll do that. The Ozark Division. Sounds like something from Ares part of the world. The Hellcat Division. All right. Good. Fireside chat. Click turn on the radio or turn off the radio. Progress of the war. Global. Okay, we are in high popularity. Great. Mobile unit combined arms. And Germany lost the Deutschland. Well, let's first do technology now. We can add a few more things here. What are we doing with aircraft? Pretty good. This is like a simple landing operation. They didn't even have anything guarding it. I'm trying to Australia. All right. 12th Air Force Formation. Shall we do it? Provide regional command near Dover, Maryland. All right. First Amphibious Force Corp. Yes. Marine Division, Timberwolf Division. Okay, these are mostly just headquarters, I believe. Okay, yes, we're there. We're gonna hold the central and northern Philippines, I think, successfully, unless we're invaded again, which we might be. But I think from the Mindanao is limited there. Okay, we are ashore here. So let's we'll just hold. Okay, payment received. Nice. Yeah. Okay. And organization naval. 10,000 money. That's maybe a bit rich. Let's continue with it. Naval Taga is lost. We lost that. Okay, well. See that the Italians are moving up against us here. The Sailing Sister's good. A lot of operations against the Japanese in the Central Atlantic. Okay. We are currently, I think, under a nerf for some of these things, but we got warhead fusing, guidance, and propulsion, which now allows us to do other things, which might unnerf our submarines. I'm not going to go into right now all the problems they had, but they were many. Basic concept good of the stuff, just bad execution. No. Okay, we have. Let's. These guys out from here. There. Okay, 2 carrier groups. I didn't realize that. See, yeah, you lose things like this. Okay, but a lot of, we're gonna run out of destroyers, people, I think, because we are losing a few. So let's do that, and yeah, I'm gonna move these guys to the top. It's gonna take a while to get them. We got 2 coming fairly soon, but this won't be until 43. them here. Okay, well, I'm looking to escort a few divisions to thought I had other transports here. Maybe I just sent those back without escorts. I don't want to lose. I've got a lot operating against the Marines, and I think they're needed out there. We're well, let's heavy cruiser. All right, well, so you on board. Which armor division on board? These guys. Okay, 3 more divisions. I don't want to overstress the supplies too much now. I'm going to have to head for here because I don't want them to think they should go through the Mediterranean. Okay, we have surpluses, neutral. No, I don't think I need fuel. No. These are cavalry division. Well, a cavalry division and cavalry division, actual cavalry division. That's why I'm waiting to get some good divisions to go push offensive against the Italians here. Oh, good to have you back, Mr. Doc. Okay, brigade HQs. Yeah, 45, that's way too far in the future. Crushing Afghanistan. Well, no, we're actually in here. Well, it's what I had available at the time. And I wanted to use forces that, you know, get them there quickly. Hoping they'd be mobile, hopefully they'd be useful against that. We've actually conquered Saudi Arabia and they're now friendly to us and the allies here, so we were able to do that. Secretary of Information has advanced here. Okay. Stop that. Hello, Bob. Good to have you back. Well, they didn't really know about the oil that much yet, and we have plenty of oil, so. Mhm. Escorts. We're losing a lot. Want to make sure we have. Yeah, I think we can push into a 43. Yeah, I remember you were here. Bob is cool. What are we doing here in the Philippines? Okay, holding here. These guys are battling Japanese carrier, it looks like. Well, we sunk the Kumano Maru. Got a Japanese carrier. Very good. We give the medal, certainly medal. Reconnaissance aircraft design has improved. Good. Got a long range sub and I think we're winning the naval war in the Atlantic. It's just still going on though. Ah, got the Atlantis. Yeah, that's good. Hey, Lawless. Good to have you here, my friend. Hutu. Zhejiang. No, 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 no. We're not exporting to there. Sorry. Don't care enough about you one way or another. Okay, who won United Kingdom war aircraft? All right, Buffalo soldiers. Oh, good. You guys know, and I think those are black um, soldiers there. Why they were called the Buffalo soldiers? They were a name given to them by the Indians because of their black curly hair. Reminded them of the buffalo curly hair. Okay, 4 HQs. Make sure we operate a landing in Scotland. Scotland's allied to us. We're here. We don't need to go anywhere. Yeah. No, but that is it. I don't know why people want to erase history. Well, I guess they do because they're revolutionaries. They want to destroy things. Okay. Yeah. Have a transport. No. Wow. Okay. There. Okay. Keep going. It's barely escorted, but keep going. Yeah. We're at war with Italy, Germany, Japan, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, Bulgaria, Spain, Japan, Republic of China, Nanjing, Manjiang, Manchukuo. Yeah, we're at war with all these people. Finland. Submarine hull advance. Okay. For that, I think it'll open some of those. Mainline hull, that's way too early. Land of Weebs with 2 atomic bombs. Well, I'm not really doing much in the way of nuclear research, so not planning on it at the moment. Yeah, let's do that. I don't know why. Arno normally likes to nuke places. I don't know why he's booing nuking places. Well, what did we try to do here? Okay, well, let's... One landing craft. That is it. Do I have any other landing craft? I know I'm making 2, but do I have any others even sort of ready to go? Oh, there we are. There we are. What's these guys? Okay, good. Okay, that's just a headquarters and more headquarters. Was okay. There we go. You come to Hawaii. We have some divisions here. I think we should see about trying to use them to retake some of these islands. I think Japan has weakened the garrisons. This is Jay. To take out Bulgaria and Romania, you should ask Turkey for military access if they accept. I think they're programmed not to. Bob is cool, so at least that's my understanding. Turkey won't. Then send your forces there and make sure you upgrade your army tactics. Yes, we are working on the army tactic upgrades. That is very much so. As you can see here, we're getting these guys done up fairly well, and we're doing these. Oh, we could do that. I think just now we could do that. So we'll do the core headquarters. What I'm thinking about doing is first I want to reduce down Ethiopia or Italy's control of Ethiopia, because once we do that, it'll free up all these other Commonwealth forces, get them out here and help. I want to do that, and then once I do that, then I want to start maybe taking back some of these islands. I think that's because we are limited forces, and I don't have enough naval invasion ability to invade all the way down and take out Morocco yet. So that's what I'm looking to do. I could send forces down here. Maybe I should, but I don't want to overstretch. Yeah, sort of playing. I'm playing this game as if I'm the real U.S., meaning they're not going to invade a truly neutral Turkey. There was no appetite to do so. I mean, they would do it if they thought that that meant the winning or losing of the war, but they don't see it as such, and it isn't as such. So I'm not going to do it. When I play as the bad guys Germany, then I'm more open to it. But when I'm playing, oh, look at, wow. We have a British breakout. Is that, it looks like Mexican troops that have been given over to Britain. How interesting. Some Norwegian, some Dutch, some Iraqi, some Canadian, and some British forces that pushed out of Gibraltar. That is where I should go. No, South Africa. There we are. This. Well, maybe not. Yeah. Let's head here. See if we can help in Spain. Well, took out 3 long-range subs. Very good. Yep. A lot of various forces that have been evacuated out to Britain, either from the Dutch East Indies or other places, but they have a lot of Mexican cavalry, some Norwegian troops. These guys actively trying to invade somewhere. Okay, first aid advances. We'll let that continue because it's way behind the times. Direct unit. Okay. The ones at least I want to do are, oh, naval strike tactics. We want to do that. Okay, we're getting, well, let's do that. Let's get our transport ships in better condition. Oh, well enough, yes. Artillery unit command. Well, maybe they're not getting pushed back. I don't know. I'm hoping you're getting some of my better units and it might help. Artillery unit training. Artillery emplacements. Have any heavy artillery brigades? Little or no medium right now. Trying to research the stuff that we're actively help us with what we have now, not what we're going to build. Mining. Well, they're getting pushed back. I don't know if they're going to lose Gibraltar or combat messaging will continue, but maybe we'll help hold it. I don't know. No. Okay, submarine engines advance, and that will allow us to do those and mobile unit command and control. And I'm sure. Okay, well, we want to do long range subs for shore, and we will also do standard subs. I know it's sort of a year in advance, but if and when we get back to producing those. Mexico, we give them fuel for money. All right. Support for our allies. Okay, yay, this is okay. Training advance. This is from foreign aid and air bases mod I made a long time ago. Still sort of proud of it. It was one of my first endeavors. And what it's meant to do is I was playing as Germany, and I wanted to be able to send, I think it was aircraft to Afghanistan, but they had no air bases at the time, at least. And since this mod is installed, the AI has had some put here, I think. And there's no way to build, unlike has come about in Hoi 4, but there's no way in Hoi 3 to build in allied nations. So I made this simple mod that if, and I did it for both the Axis and the Allies, and I picked the nation that I thought most likely to want to do it, so that if Saudi Arabia becomes an allied nation, we get a chance to support them. So they'll get an air base or level 2 air base, level 2 anti-aircraft guns, some supplies and a little bit of fuel, and it'll cost us fuel and supplies, or we can decide no. So we're going to do this. And so up here now, that's where I put it. We can put aircraft in here now, and there is one for Germany too, I believe. It's been a long time, but I don't know why it didn't trigger. If there is one for Germany, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm focusing more on research than spies. Not that it wouldn't be helpful, but that's not what I'm going to do at the moment. It's not a terrible idea by any means. Now, I'm trying to win this by getting a lot of our technology up. Okay, so, and there is, I want to see some of these are upgradable without sending it back through the production line. I'm looking. Okay, I think it may be. Yeah, these technologies here. Damage control. Okay, that's at 43. I'm looking for damage control. Cruisers, where? Yeah, they're both at 43. What about carriers? Damage control here, or is it just under? Yes, it's probably under capital ships, so I guess. Good. Okay, well, yeah, good. So we should come here and do... yeah. Do that. Get that going better. I don't know if this is going to be another shouldn't go here. Western approaches. Infantry unit command and control. Well, I think we're going to end the episode here. I want to thank you all for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. If you haven't already, of course, please subscribe. See you next time for even more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. Okay, let's make another episode here. And Argentina, money for fuel now. Yeah, we've got enough fuel. Oh yeah, we're still going. Bob is cool. We're not ending. I'm just making multiple episodes. All right. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. I've got a bit of a dilemma here. Of course, we're playing Hearts of Iron 3. I'm sending my forces here. Now, the British have gotten beaten back, at least to some degree, to here. I don't know. Is this a mistake? Would it be better to... Yeah. Well, let's look here. Okay. So far, the Germans are doing reasonably good up here in the north. They've cut off Murmansk. They've taken Leningrad fully. Oh, well, thanks, Bob. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I know it is too long. Yeah, I talk a lot. I know it should be about 30, somewhere between 30 and 40 minutes is how long I want to make it. But the stream is going to be approximately 4 hours, so I got about another half hour plus to go with the stream. Bob. So, but video, I wanted to, I know about the 15 to 20 minutes, but that would take a lot of editing to get it down. I think and editing takes time, and I don't, to keep the level of going, I don't have the time to do it. So I think 30 to 40 minutes is what it needs to be. And if you want it to go faster, I get you. Just sort of jump forward on things a little bit. Keep up with it. I would rather have people watch half of each stream, by, going through. So if you're just starting a stream and you don't want to get this, just jump a little bit forward. Just jump through it a bit and get it. I know it would be better a little bit shorter. People have shorter attention spans. But if it was just going to be like 15 minutes, you know how long? And if I was just doing one episode a day, You know how long it would take to get through some of these games? The way I play, and I'm playing fast for myself. So yeah, what gut feeling Spain is tempting. Yeah, it feels like it might be a win for you, but I suspect it's a great place to have your armies trapped fighting. I'm coming to that. German, no, the Germans and not the Italians. The mountains between Spain and France seem quite daunting to cross. Yes, problem just saying. I'll still. Yeah, I no, Mr. Duck. I want people's inputs, and I've thought a lot about this, and yes, you're probably right. To get the maximum amount of views would be about 15 minutes, but I thought from the beginning that it just means I might be on my second series still still grinding through that. Right. So we're doing really well up, or Germany's really doing well up in the north, but in the central and the south, not so great. They've been breached across the Kretsch Peninsula. Well, thank you, Mr. Duck. And they're about ready to have the Crimea cut off. So the question comes for Germany. These are all Spanish forces here. A lot of various, we can see from the counter, some Norwegian, some Mexican, some Iraqi, some British. There's some Canadian there, I know. And that affects the quality of these troops, because it depends on the tech level of Mexico, say, for this Mexican division versus not the British tech level. It's the donor nation tech level. So it looked good. It looked tempting to like help here, especially if we look here and we see light infantry and mountain divisions, which, you know, considering this is a mountain province, that's actually a good selection to stick there. Gibraltar, I think, is, well, I don't know, it's also mountainous. So they've got an infantry tank battalion and a light armored battalion here. So two divisions, it looks like, or one division maybe, well, no, two divisions motorized. And here we have Gurkhas, which are sort of super mountain troopers, colonial light infantry, regular infantry, and we have whatever the hell's off here. I don't know if they're trying to invade somewhere or something. A lot of light divisions around here. And our forces of you can see here it's two semi-motorized infantry divisions and a armored division. Pretty decent armored division, actually. Is this a second front in Europe? No, yeah, you're right, Bob. That would be good. No, I think that was just too tempting, and I'm march, counter march disorder. But I think we're gonna go here, because if we can actually take out or help them take out the Italians down here in Ethiopia fully, then that frees up all these forces, destroys the forces down here, and I think I'm looking at taking out bite-sized pieces like Cyprus, Crete, that type of thing, helping the British push here. They had been way up into here, now they've been pushed back. So I think helping the British down here is more important. Are any of these German loan divisions? Not that I see yet. So I don't think the Africa Corps is triggered. So yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. And it's a little disappointing. That look good. Oh, good. We're taking out submarines. Good. Oh, there's the Bismarck. How'd they get over here? There's our battleship group. Let's put you back in harbor because we see the kegs getting a little messed up. Send you back in harbor, get reorganized some more. Well, we've lost the effects of the jungle support from taken. Oh, they've taken some stuff down here. Dutch East Indies. Yeah, that would probably be better. Gulf of Mexico? Oh, here. Yeah, is that Turkey? Okay. Took out a commerce raider. Very good. Yeah, when we get, what I'm worried about. I'm so far happy that the British are supplying me enough that this isn't red. Okay, manpower propaganda film, good. Infantry unit training advance, nice. Here and here, okay. And fire control systems advance. And that is over here. I'm worried that if I try to attack here now, I will ground down both the strength and the organization, and then the Italians will push in. But if I get that armor unit and the 2 other infantry units here, then break out here and push in hard and good. Is what I'm hoping to do. I want to be effective as opposed to just flailing about for things. Let's come over here for, yeah, cruiser AA, that would be useful. Damage control, we're already at 43, good. Enough for 2.5 more or so. Fire control computers, yes, and air search radar. You're focusing in Italy, then always encircleize them, I think is what you mean. They won't get supplies, yeah. Well, I don't know how they're getting supplies now for down here. I don't know if there's events that gave them enough supplies, or because they can't get supplies through here. Maybe Spain controlling the southern Tangiers allows them to run supplies all the way out and around Africa. But let's see, if we click the naval map, I think we would see more. Well, no, we are seeing sinkings. Okay, so but this may be the stuff going to Japan, because we're seeing a lot of Japanese stuff. So I don't know what we're seeing out here. Whether that's because I know we're sinking Japanese escorts and submarines up here. So I don't know how they're getting their supplies. I had hoped to come in, and I did land down here when we held Mombasa, but Britain didn't have enough supplies to keep me operational, so I retreated out to not be a burden on their system anymore. I'm pushing from here. We're losing lots of destroyers. Okay. Silent drive, very good. That will help our submarines. Let me get to the right thing. Spain is supporting it, then send navies around. Yeah. I'm just running out of destroyers is my problem. And without destroyers, other things start to collapse. hopefully July 43, where we see some of these destroyers and such, but get them coming. Gun cannon combo. I should learn how to speak and or take a drink to speak better. Now we sent out, and they're here. Okay. These two. On. These will get the auxiliary vessels. I want the longer range invasion vessels here. Let's get to Cleveland. You go to here. Hey, thanks for following. Do appreciate it. What is that? Show love or something? Sorry. Yeah. I don't know. DSP something love. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce that. But thank you for following very much so. Okay, so now what we want to do is invade a Japanese island. What do you want to take with you? Marines and some infantry divisions. So, can we get all of these on board? Yes. Can we? We can invade. Okay, we can invade. So since we now know we can invade, that's what I wanted to find out for sure. Okay, we have 5 carriers with 5 carrier air groups. They're going to, well, no, first we're going to we'll send Admiral King out here. Yeah, we are working on the Red Sea. I'm going to push along the coast there once I get the armored units. Now we're going to send and the carrier to get there. I didn't want them to get there all on their own, so they're a bit faster than the battleships. I'll catch up, I think. Yeah, I definitely, once we get these guys into South Africa, well, they're going to land here and then we're going to move them up to here and push. We're going to push down and secure these ports, hopefully. That's sort of the main push that I'm looking at doing. And artillery factories, very good. Taking out subs. I hope the British are taking out lots too. Medium gun velocity has advanced. That's high velocity gun research. Stop that, switch over to high velocity. They may not have much in the way of ships up here. Okay, we got battleships and carriers sitting off here, like we had before, but this, and which they finally drove us off before, but now we don't need more. Now we have carrier air groups here. Okay, Mr. Duck, thank you. You have a good evening. Yes, it's almost evening there. Whatever air unit here, they're not really attacking me. Brazil. Okay, that's good. We'll let that sit for a moment. See if we can get them to attack us or something with some naval forces. Okay, here, these guys are getting close. Who wants to trade with us? Portugal. No, we're not trading with Portugal. Portugal's too close to our enemies. Yeah. Well, there's some Japanese out here. Good thing I think we missed them. Okay. Now, get back on board. Yeah, I'm just worried about losing too many destroyers as it is now. Okay, yes. Okay, you're coming up to there. Armor unit training has advanced. Very good. And twin engine armament research. That. Electronics. Is New Zealand and Australia building all these subs we keep hearing about? Let's look at intelligence. Australia production. Doesn't seem like they're producing anything. Australia, that is. Let's look at New Zealand. Well, we're not seeing it if they are. I guess we don't have enough intel people down there to see it. Armor unit command and control. Yep. Let's do recon. For some reason that hasn't been doing. I don't know why. Twin engine transport plane. Yeah, right. Okay, these guys should be bench. Well, they're still getting back. Back to full strength. Ninth Air Force. Yeah, I should have read better, but let's look. Okay, here. Oh, Well, because I think they'll be crushed right now if I do so. I'm just not prepared for it yet. I don't have enough forces, don't have enough capabilities to do it. I'm very weak. So, and we're going to get better. We're going to get stronger as we go along here. And they're going to get weaker and weaker. And maybe a bit I'm playing too close to history. So look at right now, Britain's being pushed back here in North Africa. Yeah, the Soviets are doing well here. They've taken back Crimea, which might mean it's a good time to go, might say, but they're still doing well up here. Those are Canadian forces that have landed here in Spain that are going to be cut off and destroyed because they're no longer connected to a supply base. So I think Britain is going to be able to hold Gibraltar because of all these fortifications, but only just because of that. Well, right now I don't have the destroyers to descend there. All my destroyers are either out in the Pacific, which they're doing good service there, or they are going after the submarines. So I just don't have the destroyers to do so, and I don't have the 14 to 12 divisions right now. In time, yes. I'm not arguing against doing it someday. I'm saying right now I'm not prepared. You know, a lot of my divisions are here, and these are all headquarters here. We got, those are just a couple of divisions here, a couple of divisions here. So it's not like I don't want to do it. It's more like, can I do it? I spent a lot of resources building up my navy to fight the Pacific War at the start. I hoped to not have these islands taken. We're cutting off their supplies here. And okay, so we have 3 divisions. Let's try this. Invasion. I think we're protected well enough from Japanese fleet with those battleships and all that carrier aircraft. Okay, so Henry Brown Farmer, another of those movies, propaganda film, very good. We got another division. I should have produced more factories than I did, and a few less carriers and a few less battleships, but I wanted to do as much as I could early on. Actually, no, this is more for Asia. Damn. Yeah. Okay. Well, that really is more for Asia. Let's send it this way because there's no transport formation for here. It's meant to either garrison or invade an island. Yep, that's what we're doing. We're sending our invasion force here. I've got my carrier aircraft here, and we're coming in. I have aircraft operating down here, and they've lost my fighters. They're destroyed. I have some fighters out here that should be up. Let's get them back up and going. But unfortunately, we just don't have any more airbase space. Well, okay, they moved. They've lost. Those had been filled with Filipino units. We'll get some more stuff going. So we're pushing in the Atlantic. It just takes time. Okay, improve security unit. Security units. Well, here. Cancel that. And high explosive anti-tank. Well, yeah, it's about 4 hours. Yeah, I'll finish up the episode here. Okay, high explosive anti-tank. Okay, here. Okay, so that's going to get our piercing up much better for dealing with the German units, or anybody else's, obviously, but they're the critical ones, I would say. Now, back to getting these guys up to date with our capabilities. Oh, we saw a little bit. So I think we also have, maybe not as much as I was thinking, dual purpose guns. Yes, we want to do that. Let's see how this invasion goes. They're heading out to invade there. Installation security. Okay, nice. Oh, it's grayed out. Okay. And nav tactics. Naval air tactics. We're going to let those continue to go. Civil defense would be nice. Coming invasion here. I don't know how they have a fortification over here. Hopefully take back midway here. Let's put this as ground attack, and this one as ground attack. Medium fuel tank. Okay, that's good. Opens up all these, but we'll wait a bit maybe for that. Research. All these ammunition. Those are to 44. I wanted to see what we have here. Let's do battleships. Okay, so these guys are bombing ground, striking the forces on the ground. Well, these guys are pushing ashore. Look like we already took out their HQ. We don't need that as supplies. We'll take the selling the metal. Who to? Australia. Okay. Two more German subs sunk. Well, we're trying. Okay, standard infantry branch improved. Good. There we go. And we're doing special forces upgrades. Yeah, we'll do the jungle, the extreme. Well, that's going on. Did these guys ever show up over here? Yes, they did. Okay, so now first we are going to move these ships out of here so they're not taking up supply. Then we're going to attack the Italians here. Battle of Brisbane. Okay. The Battle of Brisbane was 2 nights of rioting between U.S. military personnel on one side and Australian servicemen and civilians on the other. In Brisbane, Queensland's capital city, on the 26th and 27th of November 1942, during which time the two nations were allies. By the time the violence had been quelled, 1 Australian soldier was dead and hundreds of Australian and U.S. servicemen had been injured. News reports of these incidents were suppressed overseas, with the cause of the riots not made evident in the few newspaper reports of the event that were published within Australia. From 42 until 45, the Pacific War up to 1 million U.S. military personnel, which included around 100,000 African Americans, were stationed in various locations throughout eastern Australia. Many U.S. personnel were stationed in and around Brisbane, which was the headquarters of General Douglas MacArthur, Supreme Allied Commander, Southwest Pacific Area. Brisbane found it difficult to cope with the population of 300,000 doubled to 600,000 almost overnight. The city was fortified, schools were closed, brownouts enforced, crime increased, many families sold up and moved inland. Key contributing factors to the riots were differences in soldiers' pay, differing views on race, and the competitive pursuit of the few available women in Brisbane. Boys will be boys. Okay. I wish it gave a little bit more information. Hello, Lawless. So close, take it out. Just simple airstrike, end the battle. Where are we doing it? I would like to at some point. Paratroopers, Lawless is asking on. Paratroopers, yes. It's just I need landing craft to be able to do invasions. I'm losing destroyers fighting particularly in the Atlantic battle against submarines. I need destroyers to escort things. If I don't have them, submarines have become more dangerous with the latest or with the current version that I'm playing with. So we need to have anti-submarine forces. I don't know if I need these submarines, but I think they'll be useful. I want to sink German submarines, so these basically anti-submarine aircraft, very useful. I still have carriers that don't have aircraft, and I want to be able to lose aircraft and have replacements immediately available instead of sidelining the carriers until we get done production. Again, more landing craft. Feel I need to increase my ICs considerably, so we're doing that. Another CVE to help with escorts. Again, more naval aircraft, more ICs, some more landing capability, and more production. So we're finally getting down to an armored division. So that is why we're not producing more paratroopers. So I want to produce paratroopers. I want to produce a lot of things. It's just, and this is 41 ICs. If this, once this gets, and that's just one division, it won't be that expensive for paratroopers. But what will paratroopers do me? One paratrooper division. Well, maybe against here, a simple garrison, it might work. Otherwise, but probably work better would be straight invasions. Yeah, again, paratroopers would be nice to have to come for some of these islands and whatnot, but I need also more other stuff. So paratroopers, unfortunately, are sort of a low priority. When I get there, when I get more ICs, get more production, yeah, that's the plan. It's eventually everything is the plan. Well, thank you, Michael. So yeah, and it's ICs. It's, yeah, if you want to call them resources or ICs, that is just the critical element. Is with all of that, there's so much I want to do. I've been making, because I've taken out carriers with and other ships out with these motor torpedo boats. So for the cost and time of these motor torpedo boats, they've been excellent value here in the Philippines, where their short range is not a limitation, where they couldn't operate out long. So, and yeah, I could use, add paratroopers to like defend in some of these places here, some elite troops. It would be nice. I'm not arguing that at all. It just priorities. And I want your guys' input. I'm not upset that you guys are asking questions or giving suggestions. I like it. I like it a lot. But I'm just explaining what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. But I still want to hear your inputs, both from Bob, Lawless, or anybody else, Arno, whoever. Okay, so yeah, back to Brisbane, which is what, it's somewhere along here. Here it is, Brisbane. So we see that they had about 300,000 American soldiers. Okay. I don't know much about this. I did know this happened. Americans and Australians are very similar in many ways. We're both a Anglo-colonial people who have are self-reliant type peoples. Yeah, we're looking there. We're getting there, Bob. We're getting there. I got pushed out of. I had 3 divisions here. I only successfully got one of them out, and we got pushed out of Mindanao. The Japanese have superiority here, so we're using our navals to keep them bottled up on Mindanao. But we're getting there. Hey, Jackal Park, how you doing? Not really top notch in my opinion. Okay, well, if Jackal Park knows Brisbane women, but any woman in a storm at this point with that many soldiers. Within the, shall we call it the Commonwealth, and I'm including Britain as part of that term, Americans were known to be paid much better than any of the other forces, whether it's the Royal Air Force and the various Commonwealth versions of it, or the Royal Navy and again local Commonwealth versions of that, or the Army. And I think more or less the Commonwealth pay for at least the European troops and naval personnel are roughly the same, I think. And yeah, I'm talking because I don't know the exchange rate between the Australian dollar and the British pound and what they were paid, in the sort of Australian Navy, if you will, versus the Royal Navy. I don't know all those details, but I think it was all sort of roughly the same. The Americans were known to be paid better. So in a world in which money, at home front, money is important. Money can, through the black market, get you stuff that is rationed. Soldiers often are, the reason things are rationed and not rationed for the soldiers specifically, meaning something the soldiers could get a hold of that was otherwise in their PXs that are called post exchange is what PX stands for. Your post or your base, and exchange, X for exchange. Your PX, that you might be able to buy stuff with your pay and then sell or give to local people, women, shall we say. There was a big boom in unmarried pregnancies in Brisbane and other places with women not knowing having any clue of who the father was, and that they barely knew the guys, and multiple. So not that the guys wouldn't have wanted to get married, it just no one knew what was going on, and the guys don't, remember that it was Becky or Bonnie or whoever that they might have had a date with once and then got sent off in the Pacific and lost touch with it, and even if they survived and all. So there's a lot of stress going on. There was in essence, as we can see here, an American occupation. Yes, generally a friendly one, but it was, when you... I come from a rival state, as in other parts of Australia. Okay. Jackal Park, I guess is what that means. Here. Try to send some destroyers to block any support from Japanese in South Philippines. I just don't have enough. I'm just losing too much. I just don't have enough destroyers. And I don't want to lose more trying to do that, but it's a good idea. This is what I think Europe is starting to, and I don't think the governments have realized it, is if you get flooded in with a lot of people that are different than yours, like I say, Americans and Australians are very similar. We have very similar views on a lot of issues, not everything. We're self-reliant peoples, or wanting to be, and sort of colonials, if you will, and that we're building out in fresh territories, and we both have that shared history. But there is, shall we say, conflicts in the way things are happening. I know I've talked about the strikes in Australia earlier going on, and you're putting the military in charge, but you're flooding in. You're becoming a minority in this situation in your own country by the American flooding in. And if your town is going from 300,000 to 600,000, you are in essence becoming a minority within it. I don't know how the African American troops are coming in with, they talk about different views of race. American armed forces, because of the South, are segregated. The American armed forces were briefly desegregated before Democratic President Woodrow Wilson comes into power, and he resegregates the armed forces. And it is FDR, through his presidency, has absolutely no interest in desegregating the armed forces. His wife, on the other hand, pushes for black participation, but I would say largely, whether it's a pragmatic stance or an ideological one, I don't know. I don't know that she ever pushes for desegregation of the armed forces. Eleanor Roosevelt, she's sort of the liberal woman icon kind of thing, and she definitely pushes for black and puts her power that she has upon, like you can see, the red tails, the black pilots flying in Italy, that did a very good job. Um, Forces like that, because the Americans are very happy to use blacks as laborers within the military context, meaning they're soldiers, they're trained soldiers, but putting them in a supply unit, supply elements, or construction elements, they're not terribly confident in their combat abilities, that they're going to fight well, or that they're going to be very technically involved, like they think pilots need, and they do for the time period, need to be technical people. So they don't have confidence in their ability for them to be technical, the armed forces. Not, again, this is not what I'm saying. I'm thinking, okay, Lawless, if you haven't already gone, goodbye, thanks for hanging out. Hopefully you watch the episodes later. And she is pushing for more black participation. I don't know if on a pragmatic sense, she knows that if they immediately got integrated, it would cause problems, because we even see situations where blacks taking over. I think it was either in Chicago or Detroit. I'm not sure which right now. There was strikes by the local, tram car and bus workers when the companies were trying to hire black workers to do that, and basically the army comes in and runs the public transport systems of whatever city that is to deal with it for a while, because there are not enough workers, and there are black workers that want to do the jobs, and they're coming up from the South. And however much of it is as racism, or just simply those people are foreigners, meaning not from Chicago or Detroit at the time, and they're taking away our jobs. Because there is I think an element of that, as well as whatever race may be, just simply other peoples from the South coming up and taking jobs, where most of the Southern white men are being drafted. Unless you're a specialty industrial person, and a bus driver or trolley car driver or whatever probably would not qualify as that. That's your job. No, you're going to be drafted as a Southern white man. You're not drafting. To my understanding, all the blacks are volunteers into the army. They are not drafted in World War II. So they're all volunteers. And they're moving up. And this is really the time where you get large numbers of black people moving into places like Chicago and Detroit. They did definitely existed as communities, not just individuals, but as communities before. But I don't think, not that I know, but I don't think they were large communities, as in, I think Detroit nowadays is maybe a black majority city, but Detroit is destroyed, so the middle class has moved out of Detroit. And so you see these change in demographics at this time. I don't know whether the local people were anti the segregation that okay. And so the U.S. Army and other elements, the Army Air Corps and the Navy, continue segregation overseas. So I don't know how that comes into Australia, because Australia, yes, especially during this time period, is very much a segregated society between white Australians, and particularly the Aborigine peoples, but also Chinese and other immigrants are sort of shunned and segregated as well, if not formally by law, but by a practical matter. So I don't know how much that plays into it. But yeah, it definitely comes in as a major social uprising, if you will. Like I was saying, get back to sort of modern, and I do talk about modern politics because I think it's important. Whenever you flood your region with a large number of foreigners, and foreigner can simply mean people not of that area, it's going to change what your area is like. It doesn't even have to matter skin color. You import a bunch of Germans into a particular city in Britain or something, where it's concentrated. They, in essence, create a micro Germany, if you will. This is, in my opinion, again, those that are new here, I am a culturalist, not a racist. I do not believe genetics is the primary difference between large groups of people. Individuals are individuals, large groups of people. I believe it's culture. And this is why you have what is predominantly an Anglo culture occupying force. Yes, you'll find Poles and Italians and other ethnic European groups, but they're largely Anglified and working under Anglo, because trust me, the upper levels of society are very much, shall we say, Anglified in America, particularly at time of World War II. Coming in and doing their style of operations as opposed to the Australian style of operations, whatever that differences would be. And so so these are two very similar types of people. And you have, it's no longer Australia here anymore. Brisbane. When you double the population and you have sort of military necessity, it's now partially America, if you will. American operations, American ways of doing things. You're not going to be able to, because if you look at this, everything is going to focus, and Brisbane is like where a lot of submarines are based out of, a lot of other things. You're going to have to do it the American way. For good or for bad, it'll be the American way, whatever that means. And for good or for bad, it's not that it's always good. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just going for whatever it means. It's going to be the American way. And you're going to have to conform to it. So it's going to become partially Americanized while these people are here. And it rubs people the wrong way. And I think that Europe is waking up to this, too. At least the people are. That if you import too many people, now a small trickle, it allows them to come in and enculturate themselves into your culture. But when you get that flood in, that is just a bit too much. And what did Michael say here? I love paratroopers. They are useful, but also they are in a way, they are an ego thing. I gotta have them, but their actual value is not much larger than regular infantry division. Yeah, in the game, because of the scale that the game is at, you can say, Germany, they did an operation here that dropped in some German paratroopers, and the garrison was able to hold and fight them off. I have definitely successfully used paratroopers to invade, like Cyprus, and grab some ports. So, as Germany. So, if you use them against the right type of target, they can be really good, Michael. But most of the time, they just end up being sort of elite infantry units, if you will. So for all their cost, so they, a lot of times I've been able to either, after getting hold of Cyprus, paradrop into, Beirut or down here in Tel Aviv, and take it when it's lightly garrisoned. And then once that happens, then I rush in more forces, but those paratroopers just end up being infantry moving around fighting here. So, yeah, they're useful. I like them. I will hopefully get building them sometime. But, okay, so that's the Battle of Brisbane. So we're going to save this here. Okay. And I think we're going to end this now. I've had a lot of fun. Good talking. I think this is the first time we've talked. Bob is cool, and Michael, I do recognize you've been posting on the website a bit, and so everyone who's new here, remember to subscribe or follow, whether you're on YouTube or Twitch, because I am live on those two, as well as actually Twitter and Facebook. So watch wherever you like. So thank you very much. I really appreciate all of you guys and all the support and help you guys give the channel. I thank you so much. So thanks, everyone. I will be back tomorrow, starting an hour later than the start for here. So we'll go a little bit longer. We'll be playing War Thunder with Arno, I hope, and others, maybe. So if you play War Thunder, drive tanks. We like to drive World War II tanks. So we'll be doing that tomorrow, and Of course, check out the YouTube channel and be back next weekend. So thanks, everyone. I really do appreciate it. I have so much fun here. Have a good day, evening, morning, whatever it is, wherever you are.